Hello my friends, and welcome back to my channel. I decided to do a pick a card reading today. I felt really called to do one. I haven't been able to do one in a month. And when I started my channel, I just did pick a cards like all the time. So I'm returning to my roots a little. Maybe there's something, maybe you're returning to your roots in some way. Anyway, just before I begin this reading, I did update my description. If you're new here, in the description box below, I've added what type of reader I am. So just disclaimer, if you're looking for like instant gratification and like a really quick reading where I just throw down the cards and read them, I'm not your reader. I do so much more than read the cards. I'm an intuitive empath. The description of how I read tarot and what I incorporate into my readings is in the description box below, so maybe check it out. I also want to talk about how to pick a pile. So also today's reading, I haven't even said what it's about. I'm just so excited to be here. Today's reading is about how your person is currently feeling about you. So for each pile I've gotten, or I will get, oracle cards. So far I've only pulled the oracle cards for pile 1. But I'm going to have your energy on this side of the table and your person's energy. Are some of you feeling nervous? And your person's energy on this side of the table. And so you may resonate with the other side, and that just means that's your energy. Take it as it resonates. And then in the middle, I'll have connecting energy, and that's an energy check so that you know if it's your reading or not. If you click on a pile and that energy doesn't feel like you, or you're forcing it to fit your situation, then try another pile. It doesn't mean you're wrong if intuitively you pick the wrong pile. And if you don't resonate with any pile, it just means that there's nothing here for you today, and that's okay. You can check out my other pick-a-cards. I spent the weekend watching, not the weekend, I didn't spend my entire weekend watching pick-a-cards, but there's a reader that I used to love, Tarot, and her pick-a-card, I still love her. And her pick-a-card readings started popping up for me from one was from 3 years ago. So I clicked on it. I was drawn to a pile. It resonated. So if there's nothing here for you, then maybe check out my other pick-a-card piles or check out another reader, whatever you feel called to do. When you're picking your pile, I usually go with my gut. So whatever my gut tells me, whatever pile my intuition says, pick that pile. Another thing that you can do is you can look at the piles and notice how you're feeling within your body. So like maybe you look at a pile and get chills or heart palpitations or something like that. Sometimes, well, you can learn to communicate with your body and read your body's energy. So that's another thing I suggest. The other thing that some people like to do is look at the timestamps for angel numbers. So you can check out the timestamps to see if there's an important number in the timestamp that resonates with you and your journey. But anyway, after that long description or intro, let's get into your reading. So like I said, we're going to be looking at your person's current feelings for you. And so let's get into it. I did take the time for the first time ever. I wrote down every deck that I used, and it's also in the description box below. I know a lot of you have been asking me to do that for a really long time, so I am going to start doing it. So all of the decks used in today's reading are in the description box below. I'm also going to pull, if I remember, I hope I remember, I have them beside me so that, actually, maybe I'll put them in front of me. For the first time in a very long time, I will be pulling charms and initials. I don't know if you can see that, but those number charm or those letter charms are so dusty because it's been so long since I used them. So I am going to pull charms and letters today at the end of the reading, just for fun and for confirmation. And for the charms, if you feel called to, I would look up what the meanings of them are spiritually. So for example, let me just pull a random charm. Well, no, that's not going to work, Spirit. Oh, look at that. What? I don't know. I think I just pulled 2 swans. I dropped the other one. But for example, if in your pile I pull the swan charm, I'll say what I think it means, but you could also look up what is the spiritual significance of a swan, and there may be an additional message in it for you. But anyway, I'm excited to be here and be doing this, so let's get into it. All of these decks are from Hattie Thorn Tarot on Etsy. She makes beautiful decks, so if you want to check her out, please feel free to do so. So for pile number 1, we have an amethyst heart. And this is called the Ethereal Romance Tarot deck. For pile number 2, we have this piece of fluorite, or this heart fluorite. And we have the Spring Glade Tarot. Are some of you nervous? Like I'm low-key shaking over here. Like I felt, maybe some of you are nervous to hear how your person is feeling about you. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. It's fine. Everything will be okay. And for pile number 3, we have this piece of labradorite. And we have the Winter Pastures Tarot. So if you need a minute to sit with the energy, feel free to pause the video here. And like I said, listen to your body, listen to your intuition. Again, if you choose the wrong pile, it doesn't mean you're doing anything wrong or that you don't know yourself. Just pick another pile and check the energy there. And yeah, I will see you at your pile. I don't know why I waved. Bye. Hello, pile 1, and welcome to your reading. I'm happy to have you here today. If you chose pile 1, which is the Ethereal Romance deck by Hattie Thorn Tarot, and this beautiful amethyst heart, this is going to be a reading about how your person feels about you. If you want to know how this reading works, I did explain it in the intro, so maybe click back. But just brief description. I have these oracle cards that I've pulled, and we're going to get your energy, your person's energy, and the connecting energy. So this is an energy check so that you know if this is your reading or not. So if you're not resonating with this energy that I'm about to talk about, then that just means you should choose another pile. And yeah, let's get into it. So I'm going to, that nervousness that I was feeling in the intro is dissipating. So that could be symbolic of your energy. I will shuffle this after I get the oracle cards. For me as a reader, I get a lot of energy from the shuffle. So I kind of want to wait until we get into the energy check before I shuffle this deck, just so that the messages are accurate, is what I'm hearing. So yeah, let's get into it. So I'm going to set this aside, and we are going to get into your oracle cards first. I haven't laid these out on the table, so I have no idea how they're going to look. I just kind of pulled them for you while the piles were here. But yeah, let's get into it. So for your energy, we have the bat, which is air energy. And I think what I'm going to do is, usually I talk about each card as I lay them down, but I'm feeling called to lay them down and then talk about them. So we'll get into it. You could be an air sign, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. You could also be a fire sign, because as soon as I said you may be an air sign, I heard Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. For you, pile 1, you could definitely resonate as a divine feminine if you know what that is. Maybe you're on the counterpart journey, but take that as it resonates, because we have that energy of the moon there. So I was hearing divine feminine. We have the wandering path, enjoy the journey. And again, for some of you, you could definitely be a divine feminine. Like I said, I hadn't planned on how these cards, I have no idea. You'll have to bear with me, because I have no idea how I want these cards to be laid out. And the last card for your energy is, we do have the woman, which is 29. So I'm fighting the urge to describe each card. I'm going to come back to it. This is more air energy. So you could, again, you could be an air sign, or you could have air sign placements. The other thing I want to mention is you could be very in your head right now with all this air energy. That's a lot of mental thoughts. So you could be thinking about this person a lot. We'll get back to the connecting energy. And I'll try to, with the 333 on the timer, with the connecting energy, I'll try to describe what I think is happening here, but it could be, how do I say that? I'm just going to be honest with you, pile one. For this pile, I see you as being either in no contact with your person or in reconnection energy. So I want you to take those messages as they resonate, and I'll try and keep it clear for you. But those are the two energies that I'm seeing. I don't know, my left leg is itchy. I don't know if, like I said, I don't think that you're in like a super harmonious connection with this person right now. It feels like it's reconnection energy or separation energy. So please take that as it resonates. And for your person's energy, we have the butterfly. I have to say, your person's energy, the synchronicities in the cards just kind of blew me away. I don't know why. It just never gets old to me, the synchronicities in the card. So we have the butterfly, another air sign. So you could both be air signs, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, or you could both be of the same element. So it doesn't have to be air. You could both be fire signs. You could both be earth signs, water signs. The other thing I was hearing is that you could have similar placements. So like maybe your rising or your moon is the same element as your person's sun, moon, or rising. Take it as it resonates. Doesn't matter what element. They're also coming in air. So there is this energy that both of you are thinking about this connection. Whatever the energy is between you right now, you're both thinking about this connection. And there's also a need for grounding, where you're both coming out as air signs. There's a need to ground. So for some of you, you could be in separation, meant to be grounding in your own energy right now. And if you're not, if you're reconnecting and you find yourself very up in your head about this, overthinking, again, there's a need to ground. So take that as it resonates. Now your person had 2 cards, so they're gonna mess up my system here. Ah, geez. So maybe something's out of alignment because your person has 2 cards, which is gonna mess up the alignment of my of my spread. So let's get into it. We have transformation, Phoenix energy, beautiful. So your person has 2 cards of transformation. And you know what? I think I might just put their other card off to the side so that I can see it and talk about, I'll talk about it, but I'm not going to leave it on the table. And just my guides are telling me something because I do all of this intuitively. The fact that I chose to lay this card down and not the other one could be symbolic that right now your person isn't taking any action towards you, and I'll explain why. We have stepping into power. You are strong beyond measure. And I think it's interesting that this is the card that I was like, I'm just going to leave it off to the side where I can see it and you can't see it. Because for some of you, I feel like if this is a reconnection, this person has recently come back towards you or is trying to step into their power or in the process of stepping into their power. But the fact that I'm keeping it off to the side makes me think that for some of you, this person hasn't stepped up yet or hasn't communicated with you yet. And you're in no contact and they're stepping into their power right now within their own energy. It's also giving me hermit energy. This is the only card I'll talk about right now. And then I'll talk about all of them once we get them. But like I said, it feels like your person could be recently, they could be in hermit energy. Maybe you're dealing with a Virgo, or they could be coming out of hermit energy because the hermit is usually standing still with the lantern. But you can see this person is like stepping out of that hermit energy. They've done their reflecting and they're stepping out of that hermit energy and they're transforming. You know, when you step out of hermit energy, think about the major arcana. When you step out of hermit energy, you step into the wheel of fortune, which is where things start to move, things start to change, you start to make adjustments. And I just got chills as I said that, so confirmation from my guides. So like I said, I don't believe in accidents. The fact that I randomly chose to leave this one out is telling me that for some of you, this person has yet to come towards you. So that could be, I'm also hearing Aries energy with that, because it's kind of giving me Emperor energy, divine masculine energy. Take it as it resonates. Leave what doesn't. And the other card for your person is Whip 11. So I've just noticed this. I didn't notice this when I was shuffling, but 29 reduces to 11. So we do have 1111 here. And for some of you, I feel like you're being protected from this person if you're not talking to this person. This is Wands energy. So fire energy, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and we have air here, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. But if you look at this image, I'm already talking about them. If you look at this image, it's almost like this person is at a crossroads, or they're being stopped from coming towards you, or there was some sort of separation in the past. And there's this barbed wire around it, or this, it's not barbed wire, but it's like barbed vine. So I feel like maybe you're being protected from this situation if you're not in contact. So that's what we have for the energy check on your side and their side. Wandering path is giving me earth energy. So Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. And transformation is giving me fire energy. So Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. And the woman does not, I'm not talking, I just saw 1010. So I feel like you're both in like Wheel of Fortune energy, making adjustments, maybe surrendering. But with the woman card, you do not have to be a woman. I'm not talking about gender. This is about energy. I never gender my readings. So if you're a masculine watching this, it doesn't mean it's not your pile. This is just talking about the energy that you're currently in. And if you don't know about counterpart journeys, it's not just man and woman. Princess Bride could be symbolic. I just heard man and wife. Say man and wife. It's not about man and woman. It's about energy. We all have feminine and masculine energies within us. And I can tell you that there's so many gendering men out there that is in the divine feminine role. So again, we're just talking about energy. We're not talking about gender. 1111 on the timer that time. So this is current energy between you, or the shared energy between you, what's happening energetically, even if you're not talking to this person. We have soul time. The frequency of soul time asks us to allow for the possibility of a new reality. And this one talks about a new beginning. And the Bat card talks about new beginnings. So it allows us the possibility of a new reality to emerge. One that embraces the concept that while the corporeal body is mortal, the soul is timeless, limitless, and infinite. So there could be the fact that I'm seeing, I'll just really quickly mention this, the fact that I'm seeing all this yellow and purple could be that there are solar plexus upgrades and third eye upgrades happening between the two of you, even in your own energies. And then we have Earth. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even think about that when I said you're both air signs, or you're both coming in as air. 12:21 on the timer. So there could be a need to ground. Now we have Earth lessons. So for some of you, I'll start here. I'll start explaining the cards here. For some of you, connecting energy, what I'm seeing is that there could be distance between you right now with the world. Maybe you met this person online, or maybe you communicate online, not in person, because maybe you're at a physical distance, or there could be an emotional distance between the two of you. This Earth card is giving me the energy of grounding, which we talked about. It's also saying lessons. So it feels like right now The two of you are meant to be learning lessons, or you're both focusing on lessons that you need to learn, perhaps individually, right? Soul time is showing us, I think I can sit down now because I'm just going to talk about the cards now. Soul time is showing us that right now there's a lot of work on your souls being done, maybe on your soul contract. There's something about, I can't remember which card said it, but there's something about, is it the whip? Let me just look because I'm hearing something and I need to look it up. Maybe it's on the whip. It's not on here. What the heck card was I looking at? It could be the Wandering Path, but we're on Soul Time. I don't know what card it was on. But it's talking about like looking at the fine print on your soul contract. So I feel like right now you're both working on your soul contracts. And I feel like this could be a connection where you were brought together, Hierophant energy or justice in a soul contract where you were meant to learn important lessons from each other. And it feels like right now some of those lessons are being learned. I'll see if what those lessons are comes out as I start to channel. So we're going to start with, we also have lessons here. It says reorientation, awareness, 3D experience, schooling. So maybe someone here is in school or taking some form of like an educational course on something, either you or your person. Awareness, so coming into a stronger awareness. And like I said, I'm getting solar plexus and third eye energy. So that could be, I think solar plexus is I can. And, the third eye is about intuition. Also 11, like all the ones here is giving me intuition. So you're both trying to tap into your intuition. You're both trying to stop overthinking and getting out of that mental prison or limited ways of thinking or self-imposed beliefs I'm hearing. We have duality, human condition, reality, practicality, physical body. So you could be both working on your physical bodies or your physical world in some way, like focusing on your physical world rather than this connection. We have nature, so grounding, stability, and mission. So it does feel like you and this person have a mission together. Some of you could be working on your own soul mission. And what I mean by that is not only what this connection was meant to teach you and what is in your contract. And unfortunately, we can't see that contract. I would love to get my hands on my contract and read the fine print, but we just kind of have to trust in the journey, enjoy the journey. What was I saying? But for some of you, you could be focused on your soul mission, especially if you're a divine feminine. So you could be waking up to your own power. You could be being called to create something. Your soul could be yearning. Actually, when I was shuffling for you, I saw the octopus card. So you could be searching for your purpose, or you could have a yearning within you to find your purpose. Maybe for some of you, you've recently started your own business or started your own channel, or you're feeling the need to create something. Your soul is feeling the need to create something, and that's symbolic of your mission trying to speak to you. It's your mission is trying to be found, if that makes sense. So we'll start with you, my friend. We have the bat. So the bat is the energy of death and rebirth. It's the energy of the end of a chapter and the beginning of a new one. So for some of you, I was hearing that you could be in divine feminine energy. It's giving me hanged man energy. So there is this energy of surrendering to the journey, surrendering to this separation, surrendering to this reconnection. Because for some of you, I could see that maybe you are reconnecting with this person. Because like I said, we had that stepping into power card. So for some of you, this person may have already taken a step towards you, and you're talking to this person, trying to let it surrender control of the outcome and just let things unfold naturally. But for others of you, I do feel like you're in separation with this person and you're just kind of trying to surrender to that separation and to not overthink it. With the air energy on both sides, like I said, you could be very much in your head about this connection right now. I'm seeing like somebody hanging on to the edge of a cliff and like dangling down. So you could be going through, especially if you're a divine feminine, you could be going through surrender right now, where you're afraid to surrender control and your mind is telling you, don't let go of that edge, don't let go of control. If you surrender, like you may never see this person again or something bad may happen. But it's like the universe is telling you to let go. I'm seeing, I have chills as I'm saying this, so confirmation that I'm onto something. I'm seeing Dory in Finding Nemo. Yes, I do talk about children's movies around here. I channel a lot of kids' movies, if you haven't noticed. But I'm seeing Dory where she's hanging on to the whale's tongue, and the whale is like, and Dory's like, I can speak whale. And she's like, there, it's saying to let go. And Marlin is saying, how do you know something bad won't happen? And Dory says, I don't. And they let go. So I'm almost getting choked. Like, why am I crying? That is so weird. I just got overcome with emotion. Very strange. I normally only cry in my readings if I'm like talking about an experience in my past that was difficult for me. So maybe it's been difficult, or it was difficult for you in the past to let go, but just the fact that I'm thinking of Dory and how she was like, I can speak whale, and Marlin was like, no, you can't. You can't speak whale. You're crazy or whatever. He was totally gaslighting her. Maybe this person was gaslighting you. I don't know. I'm like really choked up right now, but Dory trusted her intuition. So I feel like you've either recently let go or you're trying to surrender and trust your intuition. And that's such a beautiful, important part of your journey. Even just forget about this person. It's an important part of your journey with spirituality. Where you let go and you just trust yourself. And maybe you're someone who's had a hard time trusting your intuition, or maybe you've had a hard time trusting people in your life. When your trust has been broken so many times, it can also affect the way you trust yourself. So I'm just hearing trust in the journey. And again, the bat is very much about surrender and release. And with Hanged Man, I'm also hearing enlightenment, especially with that third eye chakra. Anyway, weird. I just had like this huge emotional reaction. I don't know why this person could have blamed you or gaslit you in some way, because I almost just said, I just had a huge emotional reaction because of you. Like, almost like I was blaming you. So maybe you triggered this person into transformation, is what I was hearing. All right, moving on. We have the Wandering Path. I think these purple cards are the only card I'm going to read from the book from. But it says, enjoy the journey. So again, we see this fox with this map, soul contract. And there's a compass there. And there's something about trusting your inner compass, trusting the direction like that the universe or your guides are giving you, really trusting in your own journey and not trying to control it or rush it. Or, I may trigger some people when I say this, but I can only say this because it's an energy I experience. But sometimes when we're like, I'm just going to give up. I'm just going to give up. It's an energy of impatience and not trusting the journey and not trusting in yourself. Anyway, I've been there, so I understand. The fact that we also have this path here, like I said, I'm an intuitive reader. I don't just read the cards. The fact that we have the path here way in the distance, I do feel like this has been a journey for you, or you're on some sort of, journey. Maybe journey to yourself, journey back home to yourself, I'm hearing. We also have this tree that's been cut down. And I'm really called to that. The fact that the tree has been cut down and this map is over the tree now. So I feel like it's part of your soul contract and you're just trusting in whatever this is. And then we have the woman, which speaks for itself. Like I said, it's not about gender. It's about trusting in your intuition. It's about being in that feminine energy of allowing, of surrender. And I'm not talking about being a pushover or anything like that. That's not what I mean when I'm talking about feminine energy and that energy of allowing. But it's like Empress energy, you know, you're focusing on yourself, your own needs, you're nurturing yourself, trying to trust in your intuition, showing love to yourself, attracting in things on your level. Like again, I do not chase, I attract. So very divine feminine energy. And like I said, for some of you, you could be trying to surrender to your divine feminine energy. Divine feminine energy, I still remember I did a reading once where a card came out and it was a card about how you think you're in divine feminine energy, but you're actually not. You're almost there, but you're not there yet. And I think it's easy for us to say we're in divine divine feminine energy, but to actually be in it and become consistently in that energy is quite difficult. It can be like an up and down journey, kind of like these hills. You know, one day you may feel like you're in divine feminine energy, and the next day you may be in your head questioning everything, you know? I underestimated divine feminine energy in my own journey. You know, I thought that I could just, I could just be that. I'm just, you know, I'm so, I've always been that way. I always feel like I can just do it. Like it's not going to be hard. And then it's never easy is what I'm being told. I'm being reminded, and I don't know why I'm telling you this. This is such a weird thing to be channeling. But like, I remember when I had twins and I was expecting my first set of twins. I have two. I was expecting my first set of twins, and the hospital recommended that I go to this like twin information thing. And there were couples there talking about their experiences having twins. And one of them was like specifically talking about like feeding twins. And I remember sitting there and my ego was so bleh. But my ego was like, I don't need to hear this. I'm gonna nurse my twins and I won't need to use formula and it'll be fine. And I don't even need to hear this. And then it's funny how looking back, I haven't thought about this in a very long time, but it's funny about when I look back at that, it was like I really did need to hear that message, but my ego was fighting it. And it's reminding me about something that I heard a reader say, which is if you're feeling uncomfortable about a reading, if it feels like it's triggering you, then there might be an important message in it for you. And guess what? I did not have an easy time feeding my babies. It was anything but easy. So I really should have, you know, not listened to my ego in that circumstance. You know, anyway, I don't even know why that story came out, but it did. So I am going to read, like I said, the only card I'm going to read. And if you're interested in any of these decks, I'm not like an affiliate or anything, but I am committing to putting them in the description box so that if you feel energetically connected to a deck and you want to get it for yourself, you can find it. You know, people keep asking me to do that. And again, everything that comes out in what I talk about is relevant to the energy I'm channeling. But again, people would tell me like, you should really list your decks, or can you please list your decks? And, you know, I have ADHD, and to me, that's just another task. And I would make excuses like, no, I have a hard time with organization. I have a hard time with this. I have a hard time with that. And like in my mind, I justified why I shouldn't have to list the decks, or I made excuses. And I'm done making excuses. So maybe you are done making excuses, you know, you're ready to surrender. You're ready to learn your lessons. It's coming up for a reason. So let's get the wandering path. Enjoy the journey. You don't always need to know where you're going. Accept the fact that sometimes the path in life is circuitous. I don't know how to say that word. And meandering. Yet know that you're always exactly where you need to be, even if it doesn't seem like it. Be present with your journey. Embrace everything that you encounter on the path. It's all for your highest good. Accept what is. This is the key to inner power. And I'm getting chills when I'm reading this for you. When you're traveling, I haven't read these, by the way. When you're traveling, you are in the present moment. So there is an energy, whoever you are and whatever your situation is right now, both of you are trying to live in the present. You're not trying to live in the past. You're not trying to overthink about the future. And if you are overthinking about the future, there is a need to ground that and to live in the present if you're not living in the present. When you're traveling, you are in the present moment. A mystic traveler has no specific goals for the future and is not focused upon the destination. Everything is fresh and new. At times, it's difficult to accept everything that occurs on the road of life, especially if the road seems to twist and turn in unexpected ways. It's an act of courage and faith to accept what is without judgment or dismay and to keep going. Trust that there is a plan for your life and that it's unfolding perfectly. Have faith that you're on the road you're meant to travel on. Accept what is doesn't mean that you can't work to change it, because you can. However, this card does suggest that every experience is supporting you for your highest good and your spiritual evolution. If there's something you can't accept, start by gently accepting the fact that you can't accept it. Allowing for your own wandering path is the key to grace and peace in your life. So, I just had chills the whole time I was reading that message. So that's you. No big deal. I'm joking because I feel like you are going through a lot in your life right now. Maybe lots of changes and a need to surrender control. So I was kind of being sarcastic, but anyway. So let's go to your person. We have the butterfly. So your person is transforming, and whether I don't know if they've shown you their new wings yet, or they're still in the cocoon phase where their old self is falling away and their new self is emerging, but there's definitely heavy, heavy, heavy energy of transformation in your person's energy. With the butterfly, I do want to read the butterfly to you. I didn't feel the need to read the bat, but I do feel the need to read the butterfly to you, just to kind of give you more insight into your person's energy. Nope. Look, why did I open up to the bat? I guess I have to read this to you. That was so weird. Spirit kind of takes over me in these readings. Like yesterday, I don't know why I'm telling you this, but out of nowhere, I said nene. Like I've never said nene in my life. And nene just came out of my mouth for no reason when I was trying to say another word. And I said, maybe the name Nene is important. And so like I had multiple comments of people that was like, that was my childhood nickname. How did you do that? It still surprises me when it happens. Look, we have, now I know why Spirit wanted me to see this. We have 155, which reduces to 11. Trusting in your intuition. You could be counterparts, 1111. Darkness, letting go, death leading to rebirth. Before emerging, the bat awaits for the sun to set and the moon to rise. In the darkness, it can see all that was invisible in the daylight hours. The bat is the master of subtle senses, of the underlying forces that cause some things to prosper and others to fade. The bat card shows up to signify the ending of a chapter, the closing of a door. And that doesn't just have to mean with this connection. That could be something else. That could be a job. That could be closing the door on your old self. You could be moving. Take it as it resonates. The bat comes, there's something about, I keep not wanting to make it all about your person. So I feel like maybe you're not trying to make it about them anymore, if that makes sense. The bat comes swiftly, encouraging us to move on. In just a few hours, a new day dawns, no more lingering in the past. So really living in the present. When in balance, accepts, adapts, adjusts. When out of balance, refuses to let go, reminisces. So you could resonate with that, right? Maybe in the past you had a really hard time of letting go of control. And remember how I said I was seeing someone on a cliff's edge, having a hard time letting go of the cliff and surrendering to the journey. So that's freaking magical. To bring into balance, watch the sunrise. So that is a message from your guides to go watch the sunrise. Get up early and go watch the sunrise. And there's something about watching the sunrise, new beginnings, the dawn of a new era. Spirit, you're emotional today. The dawn of a new era, is that the right terminology? The dawn of a new day. And also something about stepping into your, embodying also a bit of your masculine energy, knowing your worth, having confidence. Anyway, beautiful. Maybe there's something about the fact that I'm talking about watching the sunrise. Again, I'm an intuitive channeler, but I just heard my guide say it could be your masculine rising into their power, because we have that stepping into power card. Interesting. Anyway, let's get back to what we were doing. It's funny how I was like, I don't need to read that card. Oh, look, they're together in the book. The letter B could be symbolic. Butterfly, bat. Dwight from The Office, although I think it's Jim that says it, beats Battlestar, beats Bears, Battlestar Galactica, or whatever order those names are in. Words, whatever. Butterfly, undergoing great change and transformation. This is your person. The energy of the butterfly is with us during periods of transition. So there's some sort of transition going on. Since air is the element of the heart, this usually involves relationships, or if you love your job, perhaps your career. So your person could be going through a career transition. Since transition is accompanied by some amount of discomfort, be extra patient and kind during this time, especially if the butterfly is you. So if you are, even if you're not talking to this person, if you are, or if you're not, there's Spirit's saying to be extra patient during this period, to not try and force things or rush things. Let solid friends and activities support you like a cocoon. Committing to one daily routine, a meal, a practice, or a prayer done at the same place and time will do wonders for lifting a butterfly's spirit. And it's interesting because, again, I channel energy and I talk about things for a reason. And the fact that I was talking about how I'm going to commit to putting the descriptions or the names of the cards and decks in the description box, I'm done making excuses, could be that I was picking up on your person's energy. I find spirit and channeling magical. Just me, though. So when in balance, cheerful, graceful. When out of balance, fragile and frustrated. To bring into balance daily routine. So it does feel like your person is working on their routine, trying to get into a better routine. There could be changes in their life happening, just like in your life. There could be mirroring, right? So your world could be mirroring their world. So if you're going through changes and endings, so are they. It could be something about their career here, or change, like transforming into their higher self with that butterfly. So now we have Whip, and we need to talk about this card because this is actually not a very positive card. And that's kind of why with this barbed vine around this whip, to me, it resembles almost like a wand. So for some of you, the universe is stopping this person. Archangel Michael, I'm hearing, is stopping this person from taking action towards you. Because maybe if they come in before they've healed, they would just hurt you. It also feels like this person is at a crossroads in their life with the whip. Now, a couple things I'm hearing, I'm just going to talk about who this person, how they might have showed up in the past, and this won't resonate with everyone, but it's coming through, so I have to mention it. I did say this person could have, you know, been quite reactive or triggered, or they could have, you could have felt like they were gaslighting you. I do need to look at the book for this one, but the whip, there's some uncomfortable energy with the whip. And the other thing I was hearing is the universe is trying to whip this person into shape. They're trying to whip them into that transformation. So maybe your person with this lessons card, maybe they're going through some karmic lessons in their life. There's a lot of change happening in their life. So the whip card is associated with cleansing and putting things in order on any level. It can indicate cleaning the house. So just think about mirroring. You may resonate with some of this. Like maybe you're spending a lot of time organizing your house, or there's a need to. Just think about mirroring. So it can indicate cleaning in the house, as well as investigations and inspections at work, or attempts to figure out romantic relationships, usually accompanied by quarrels, reproaches, and accusations. So there could have been a lot of, like, you could have triggered this person, and maybe this person, there was a lot of arguments, or there was a lot of, they could have accused you of things or said that it was your fault, whatever was happening. Only take that if it resonates. It talks about a clash of interests, contradictions, opposition, criticism, conflicts, inspections, accusations, legal disputes, punishment, fines, sanctions. This card is one of the most painful and unpleasant. It can show both physical pain and moral suffering, humiliation, increased nervous excitability, strong emotions, anger, reoccurring chronic pains. In a positive sense, this card can be associated with active communication, negotiations, attempts to defend and uphold your point of view, although this can easily turn into a verbal altercation and quarrel. So with the whip card, you should be careful and restrained. So that's why I was saying maybe in the past this person was quite reactive, or there was a lot of arguments here, or maybe until they transform, they're being held back from communicating with you. And again, this person could be going through a lot of upheaval in their life. Like it talked about opposition, criticism, conflicts, inspections, accusations, legal disputes, punishments, fines. So again, it's like the universe is trying to whip your person into shape, or trying to whip them into transforming into this butterfly. The thing is that this whip card is negative, but when surrounded with positive cards, it takes on new meaning. When next to positive cards, it can talk about discipline, tidying up. It also mentions sports. Maybe your person is into sports. So it does become a more positive card when surrounded with positive energy, and it is surrounded by positive energy. So anyway, let's move on. Now, the only other thing I read all of your, listen, I read your person like a book. Sorry, I have a weird sense of humor. For your person, I read every book, or I read every meaning. That's interesting, because for you, I didn't do that. A fresh new way of living emerges. You are in the time of a huge transformation. This is your person. Old beliefs, ideas, and decisions about who you are, decisions, crossroads, are dropping away, replaced by incredible vitality and new pathways. Soon you'll be experiencing the world in a fresh new way. The Sacred Traveler wants you to know the journey transforms the traveler. And look at the mirroring. Like, I just think it's interesting because you're trying to enjoy the journey, and your person's on the part where this journey is transforming them. When the traveler arrives at the destination, the traveler is no longer the same person who started out. Even if there are some areas in your life that may be murky or unsettled, don't be concerned. This is the confusion that often appears before the rebirth. Like the phoenix that arises majestically from the ashes, a big change in your life is at hand. Don't hold on to old ways of viewing the world and limited ways of thinking. And that's what I'm here to challenge, limited ways of thinking. Be willing to see the world with fresh new eyes. Changes are afoot. Oh my gosh, ever after. There are games afoot. Changes are afoot, and it's all so very good. Oh, I love it. So actually, let's look at stepping into your power too, since that card is still in the vicinity of this reading. You are strong beyond measure. Take back your power. Stand in your own light. This is on page 99, and 9s are about transformation and stepping into the highest version of yourself, about completion. So your person could be nearing the completion of a cycle here. Even if your burdens seem heavy, they make you stronger. So for some of you, I was talking about how there could be a lot of burdens in this person's life, or there was. If you've been standing on the sidelines, or I don't even know what that word is, whatever, giving to the needs of others or surrendering to the needs of others, this card is letting you know it's a time to stand up for yourself. The challenges you've faced are making you stronger. You no longer need to live your life for others. Yet, if you choose, your light can illuminate the path for those who walk beside you. So there's something about this person no longer caring about what other people think. So that could resonate with you in multiple ways. For some of you, maybe this person was worried about what people thought about this connection. Maybe there was opinions of friends and family. Maybe this person was married. Take it as it resonates. The greatest power is silent and deep. It doesn't need a show of force. It just is. If you've lost or given away your authority to someone or someone else, it's time to reclaim it. If you're afraid of standing in your truth because you are afraid of being judged, shunned, or rejected, I'm looking at the people who this person is like lacking the confidence to come towards you. If you've been, where was I? Because it says if you've been afraid of rejection, it's time to let go of your hesitation. If you've been carrying responsibilities for others, you're stronger for it. However, it's time to decide to either let them go or continue forward with them, but on your own terms. So for some of you, this person may have been giving to a lot of other people while they were with you, or even after there was an ending, and they're learning how to take their power back. They could have been giving to connections that weren't really giving to them. I'm just seeing someone who will help their friend and will help their mother and will help this person and that person and this person and that person and a stranger, but maybe they weren't helping themselves or this connection or giving energy to you. That's just a side note for someone. You have a remarkable inner spiritual power that is born of sacred love, wisdom, and grace. So that is your person's energy. So I think I already spoke about the connecting energy, but soul time. It does feel like right now the connecting energy, you're meant to be on your own paths, working on your own souls, whether you're in separation with this person or you're reconnecting. And it also, your energy, and this energy talks about a new reality emerging. So there's like something on the horizon within this connection. And then with Earth, I already talked about the Earth card. It says lessons. So there's lessons being learned here, maybe karmic lessons. You're both very focused on your 3D world, on your physical world, and on your own stability and on your own mission, whatever that mission is. So maybe your person also has a mission, like maybe they're going through some sort of change with their work where they're kind of stepping away from an unhealthy work situation or their day job and going towards what they actually want to be doing or what they feel their mission is or what they feel called to create in their own work, if that makes sense. But yeah, if that sounds like you, I wanted this not to be that long, but look, 47 minutes. Oh dear. 47 minutes. That's all right. I don't care. So let's get into your tarot. I am going to shuffle them. You won't be able to see I'm going to be shuffling them underneath as cards because you know what I'm like. I don't want to mess up the alignment. But I'll tell you what I'm seeing. I'll show you what I'm seeing. So that's interesting. On the bottom of the deck, we have the Seven of Wands and we have the Six of Pentacles. So for some of you, there's a very strong message because this is going to be about how your person is feeling about you. And I'm getting energy from you and them. So I'm going to explain it. On their side, Seven of Wands, there could be boundaries up, or this person could be, you know, Seven of Wands is an energy where you're kind of, you don't care about what other people say. You don't care about what other people need. Not in a selfish way, but in a way where you're putting up healthy boundaries and you're working on your inner world, or you're focusing on yourself. This does talk about boundaries, so that's why I keep saying boundaries. B could be symbolic. Remember the bat and the butterfly? And I just said boundaries way too many times. BBB. What card has BB on it? Is that the Hierophant? Well, now I need to look. Again, the way that I get downloads that I used to watch like Esoterial and I would be just in awe. I'd be like, how does she do it? Like, how is she describing everything to a T? And that's part of intuitive reading. That's why, you know, people will say, how did you know that about me and my person? Because I'm doing more than just reading the cards. And again, if you like someone who just reads the cards, there's nothing wrong with that either. All light workers have their own mission. And maybe if you're someone who wants, you know, a quicker reading, there's a crow that just landed outside my window. Crow, look up the spiritual meaning of a crow. But if you're someone who wants like a quick reading, there's nothing wrong with that either. Every light worker has a purpose to attract the people they need to attract by shining their light. So if you're not aligning with me, it just means that my light is not for you, right? Anyway, so this is the card I was seeing, BB. And look at this card. It's the Hierophant, so Taurus energy. But we have this divine feminine with the moon behind her back, trusting in her intuition. We have this masculine figure who looks like the devil. So maybe you were meant to heal shadows within this connection, within each other. You were both meant to learn lessons and heal shadows. I know that's a Bible, but I got this in a reading the other day. Look for the gift in this. There's a gift to this connection. There's a method to the madness, is what I'm hearing. Anyway. All right. So let me get back to what I was explaining. This kind of falls in line with one of these cards talked about how maybe your person, I think it was the transformation card, could be giving their power away to other people, like over giving to other people, but not to themselves or this connection or you. And there's an energy of them putting up boundaries when it comes to that. So I already explained what that might mean. Like maybe your person was someone who helped other people or was always willing to help other people, or they were just busy helping other people. And for you, there's an energy of boundaries, focusing on yourself, focusing on your intuition. But the other thing I was hearing is maybe you put up a boundary that until this person can give to you, until there can be reciprocity, you know, there's a boundary here. So maybe this person wasn't giving you balance in the past. Just, again, those are the two messages that I heard. So let's shuffle and get into their feelings. We have the Two of Swords, crossroads, right? They could have made the wrong choice. They could be realizing that they made the wrong choice when it came to this connection. We have the sun. The sun is rising. The sun, what? Now I'm hearing another movie. I don't know what it is, though, where they talk about the sun rising. I mean, that could be multiple movies. Anyway, and remember to bring into balance you watching the sunrise. So maybe, like, I'm just thinking about magic and mirroring, and maybe by actively like getting up early and watching the sunrise, you could send some of that energy to your person. I know that sounds weird, but it's not. So get out there and watch that sunrise, because I think it's symbolic of your person. Now, for how they're feeling about you, I'm just going to be looking at how they're feeling about you. And then, because I can't help myself, I am going to look at what action they may take towards you. But that's all I'm going to be looking at today. But yeah, with the sun, they clearly feel you have a very healing energy. They see you as their happiness, their fulfillment. Maybe they're realizing that, as I was about to say, maybe they're realizing that we have judgment coming out. So you've really caused this person, or inspired them to look within and to self-evaluate. This is someone going through a self-evaluation. With judgment, it does show that this person wants to have a renewal or resurrect things with you or make adjustments to be with you. Interesting. And judgment is also like, it's giving me phoenix energy rising from the ashes. It is an awakening energy. So you could have awakened this person. Not surprised if you're that divine feminine. We have the Seven of Cups. So this person, there is an energy that they have a lot going on in their life, or they did have a lot going on in their life, and that they need to get clarity. So like I said, maybe this person's really in their mind trying to get clarity about this. The Seven of Cups also shows that this person could be having a lot of visions about you or daydreams, or they could be having dreams about you at night. I'm seeing one of my channeled message cards, which is I daydream about you. And by daydreaming about you, this person is actively manifesting you. And another thing I wanted to say is sometimes those daydreams that we have, from my own personal experience, I know that sometimes those daydreams are actually intuitive downloads from our higher self of possible timelines, possible future timelines. So it feels like this person is seeing future timelines with you. And we have the Ten of Pentacles. So this person making adjustments that will last long term. And I kept talking about how if you want a quick fix, I'm not your reader. So it's like this person is no longer just sticking band-aids on things. They're making adjustments that will bring them long-term stability. I'm supposed to be looking at how they feel about you, but I can't help but read their energy or feel their energy. The Ten of Pentacles, for how they feel about you, shows that they do see a future with you, and they see commitment with you. They see building a family with you, perhaps a business with you. And if you're not interested in having babies, that can be symbolic of blending of families. So if you have children and they have children, you come together kind of like the Brady Bunch or the Partridge Family or whoever that family is. I think it's the Brady Bunch. Is it the Brady Bunch? Where they all had separate children and then they made one big family? I think that's the Brady Bunch. Any of the names of the children or the parents in the Brady Bunch may bring confirmation to you. Side note. And I'm going to tell you, I have no idea what any of their names are, except I remember Cindy and Marsha. But if I would just, for extra confirmation, again, this is how these readings work. I'm hearing look up the names of the kids and the parents in the Brady Bunch, and your name or your person's name could be one of them, and that could be extra confirmation that this is your reading. Anyway, the downloads are strong in this one. Maybe Star Wars is symbolic. But they see you like blending a family, or if you have a cat and they have a dog, they envision your cat and dog, you all living in one house and everybody getting along. So let's cut the deck. Again, I'm kind of off screen a little bit. I'm not hiding anything, don't worry. You know me, I'll be honest about what comes out. We have the Ten of Swords. So there was an ending here, but it's hope for a new beginning. I'll read it to you, but Ten of Swords, people see the Ten of Swords and they think it's scary, but a lot of the times there needs to be an ending, or there needs to be an ego death or someone hitting rock bottom in order to learn a very powerful lesson, because the reversal of the Ten of Swords is lessons being learned. So sometimes this painful ending has to happen in order for the lessons to be learned. And I'm not surprised this is bottom of the deck energy, because all three energies, your energy, connecting energy, their energy, talk about the ending of a chapter and a new beginning, which can only come with the Ten of Swords. I just heard the Ten of Swords can be a blessing in disguise. So we have breakup, separation, sadness. So this is how they feel about you. Breakup, separation, sadness, grief, pain, but also hope for a new beginning. All right? So they do hope for a new beginning. The Ten of Swords upright is a difficult card, but it is not a hopeless card. It is a reminder that even in the darkest of times, Lord of the Rings could be symbolic, there is always hope for a new beginning. And look at my tattoo. There's always hope. Yes, it is a Lord of the Rings tattoo because I'm just that cool. There is always hope. All right, what's underneath you? We have the Six of Swords. So this person is hoping that the two of you can reconnect. This also talks about transition. So this is showing us these cards talked about transition. So this person is transitioning into a new energy because of this ending, because of this pain, because of this separation. And they hope to move into calmer waters with you and reconnect with you. Seven of Pentacles. So energetically, like their soul is still invested in this connection, I'm hearing. Anyway, that's beautiful. I like this. Anyway, I know that some of you don't like pick a cards. I feel like I'm almost feeling called to post this pile individually for some of you, and I might do that in case you don't watch the pick a card, because this is a really nice energy. Anyway, I'll see if my guides make me do that later. So let's look at how they're feeling about you. We're just going to get a few cards for this. So how is this person currently feeling about you? We have the Page of Pentacles. Hope for a new beginning. Hope for a new beginning, Page of Pentacles. There's also this energy of wanting to offer you something stable with the Page of Pentacles. I do feel like this person could have had a fear of commitment because I just saw the Knight of Wands on the bottom. So they could have like seen the potential of commitment here with you, or maybe they saw that growth was required if they were going to be with you, and maybe that triggered them. Maybe they, change is uncomfortable. A lot of people are afraid of change and healing, and, you can't force anybody to heal as much as you want to. You can't force them. But I feel like this person could have been triggered into growing or seen the potential of commitment with you and ran from it. There's also another energy to what's coming out here, which is your person working up the courage, Knight of Wands, working up the courage to come towards you with an offer. And that stepping into power card specifically talked about how there's a need to revisit relationships, even if you're afraid of being rejected. So that falls in line with that energy. Page of Pentacles. Quiet. So they could feel like you're being really quiet with them right now. Maybe you're just a quiet person. In my everyday life, I'm very quiet, but in my readings, when I channel, because I'm channeling other people's energy and I'm channeling through source and it's not really me, I get very chatty. But maybe you're, a quiet person, or they're being quiet with you. It also says dedication in a relationship. So they do feel, that's what I said with the Seven of Pentacles. Their soul still feels dedicated to this, even if they're not taking action towards you right now. Let's keep going. So there is this energy of wanting to offer you stability. Maybe with the page, they don't feel ready to offer you stability yet, but we'll keep going. How is this person feeling about you? We have the High Priestess. Quiet. There is a very strong energy of you being quiet, holding back. There's a mysteriousness to you with the High Priestess for how they're feeling about you. You could be in Black Cat energy. I love how similar this imagery is to the bat. Look at that. It's so similar. Also, I wanted to mention that with this Lenormand deck, you're supposed to pay attention to the direction of the people. And this feminine, I don't want to mess up the cards here, but this feminine is like focusing on themselves, or like they have their attention this way. So for some of you, you don't have your attention in the 3D on this person right now. But for how this person feels about you, there is like a divine feminine energy with the High Priestess. They could feel like you're very mysterious. You could have seen through them in some way with the High Priestess. The High Priestess is very perceptive, very intuitive, can kind of see through masks and see through the veil is what I'm hearing. And the fact that they have the whip, you could have intuitively known something about this person, and they could have, when you brought it up with them, or you said, hey, do you think that maybe you like have this type of wounding, or are you seeing someone else, or like maybe you intuitively knew something about them, and when you brought it up, you got the whip, you know, you got the defensiveness, you got the accusations against you. Take that as it resonates. What else was I hearing? There is an energy of patience with the High Priestess. It's remaining patient in love, and it also talks about a very calm exterior. So they are feeling like you're quite calm, you're not chasing them, you're very quiet, however that's resonating for your situation. Yeah, Four of Swords on the bottom. So there is this withdrawn energy for how they're feeling about you. It also shows they have a very intuitive pull towards you with the High Priestess. You could also be, you know, someone who's psychic. I'm thinking about that crow that dropped by during your reading. You could be psychic, you could be a light worker, you could be a healer. Anyway, let's keep going. How are they feeling about you? Like I said, I'm not getting many. We have the Ten of Swords, so confirmation that they feel pain, the pain of being away from you. There was separation here. They could have betrayed you in some way too in the past. Look, they're heavily reflecting about this ending. They heavily reflect about this ending, yet there's still this hope for a new beginning. And that's what I was saying. I was seeing the Hermit. So we have Virgo energy here. We also have Pisces. But I was seeing the energy of the Hermit getting ready to come out of isolation with that stepping into power card. There's the Lantern. So they're heavily reflecting on this ending. This ending has taught them some sort of lesson. Maybe they didn't leave this connection in the best way, you know? Let's keep going. I think I'll get 2 more. I have to make sure it's in alignment. You could be very focused on staying in alignment right now. I'm just typically like that, but... All right. So let's see 2 more about how they're feeling about you. Hierophant, see? Do you see? I saw B, and it made me think of the Hierophant card in that other deck, so I pulled it out, and that's confirmation. That's how it works, if you are confused. That's what happens when you follow. It's almost like my downloads. It's like a string, like on a sweater. It's like a string, and you have to pull at it, you know? Anyway, the Hierophant Taurus energy. So this person sees commitment with you. You could be a mentor of some sort, or you could have been a mentor or offered them advice in some way, even if they didn't want to hear it or take it. But this person feels a soul contract with you. They feel commitment energy with you. They feel like, I know I already said soul contract, but a very deep soul connection with you. Again, maybe for some of you, this person is married or you're married, and they feel like there needs to be an ending if the 2 of you are going to be together. This is a judgment-free zone, and nobody else should be judging you. I'm just going to say it right now. I will defend you. This is a no judgment zone. So we have the Queen of Cups here. So for how they feel about you, you could be a healer, right? But they feel They have a lot of love for you. They feel like you're really compassionate, very warm, giving, intuitive, healer energy. The Queen of Cups in love is also about, and again, I'm just showing you for your own confirmation. I'm just going to tell you what it says. Deepening an existing connection. I hope I'm right. I've memorized this book, but deepening existing connection. I told you. So that's how they're feeling about you. They still see potential here. They want to revisit this. And again, we'll look at actions. For some of you, before I even look at actions, this person may not be ready to take action. It doesn't mean they won't. And this could be a lesson in your patience, right? Maybe this is a lesson for your patience. So let's get one more for how they feel about you. One more. We have the Six of Pentacles. So there's that energy of equal give and take and reciprocity. I feel like you're a giver. I do. I feel like you're a giver with the Queen of Cups and the Six of Pentacles. You could have been a giver. You could have been like, maybe one of your love languages was giving gifts. Take that as it resonates. But this person feels like you deserve balance. You deserve someone who's going to give you effort. You deserve reciprocity. And on the bottom, we have the Moon, divine feminine energy. So this person could be feeling uncertain, like just, they could be, one of the meanings of the Moon is in love, is uncertainty about the future. So for some of you, if this person is like in the middle of a transformation or about to go through one, I keep getting this energy that maybe they're uncertain if right now they can give you what you deserve, and that's why they hold back. I just keep thinking about this barbed vine around this, what looks like a wand, and the wand is about taking action. So again, for some of you, your person is uncertain if right now is the right time, if right now is the time where they can give what you deserve, but they see you as deserving of reciprocity and equal give and take. So we're going to look at what action they may take. Like I said, the tarot portion was not going to be that long. Tarot, I don't know why I'm talking about it so much in your pile, but tarot is a tool to read energy. It's not meant, I mean, again, some readers use tarot just to read the cards, but for me, they're a tool. Sometimes I could do readings with I've done readings only using 3 cards, and just using the downloads that I get from source. So please keep that in mind. So let's see what their future actions will be towards you whenever that happens. If Spirit wants to give me timing, Spirit will give me timing. But let's see future actions. What actions will this person take towards you? We have the Knight of Wands. So confirmation, I know I call this the runner all the time. I am too hard on the Knight of Wands. I admit it. Maybe you were hard on this person, or maybe they were hard on you. I admit it. I put my hands up. I admit it. I am not fair to that Knight of Wands. For actions, this person is going to work up the courage to come towards you. But look at this. They're being patient about coming towards you. Temperance shows their actions they'll be patient about coming towards you, so they want to wait until they can give you what you deserve. It also shows that they don't want to come in if they're going to be inconsistent. And maybe they're not consciously aware of this. Maybe Archangel Michael is aware of this, and they know that if they rush in before they're ready, they're going to be inconsistent, or they may run again. So it's like you're really being protected so that this person can come in the right way. But it does show this person having the courage to come towards you to restore harmony. And the Knight of Wands also talks about movement. Anyway, I wouldn't be surprised if I shuffled the Lenormand deck. I would not be surprised if Rider came out. I'm seeing the Rider card from the Lenormand deck. I've been studying the Lenormand deck because it's different than tarot. That's what I've been doing in my free time. I've been studying the Lenormand deck, or the Lenormand ways. So let's get one more for action, please, Spirit. We have the Seven of Wands, boundaries. Actually, the Seven of Wands is also about, I know in the image this person has their hand up, but the Seven of Wands can also be about the energy that your person's currently in, which is no longer caring about external factors or other influences or other people's opinions and fighting for what they want. So it does look like your person is working up the courage to fight for what they want and to stand up for what they want here, which is you. We do have the Star, which talks about reconnection and restoring hope. So that's very positive. Oh my gosh. I hope you can't hear that. I had breakfast, but my solar plexus, when I started talking just now about who cares what anybody else thinks and having the courage to fight for this connection, my solar plexus started grumbling, grumbling, grumbling. And that makes me feel like this person does need to work up the confidence to do this. Maybe they need to work up the confidence, like maybe you put up a boundary and they need to work up the confidence to come across that boundary and reconnect with you. I'm going to get one more for actions. What was I going to say about the Seven of Wands? We have the Ten of Pentacles. So this person does want to fight for this, and they do want to bring long-term stability in for you. They do want to commit to you with the Ten of Pentacles. It's interesting because you have the fastest moving energy, which is Wands. It's very fast. And then you have the slowest moving energy. So there is this energy of this person wanting to come rushing towards you, but they're trying to be patient about it. So this is very good, my friend. Financially stable couple, relationship milestones, family approval. So for some of you, they need to... I just heard fuck family approval. But... My solar plexus is going again. I really hope you can't hear that. That's interesting. That's what I mean about learning how to communicate with your body. I spoke about it in the intro. Anyway, that's just magical that when I said fuck family approval, I don't know if you saw that. There was just a crow that flew across the window and created a shadow. But when I said fuck family approval, I'm sorry, YouTube, for using the F word too many times. My solar plexus just went roar. So I feel like that for some of you, this person could be caring about other people's opinions or did in the past. Whether that is, what was I going to say? What was I going to say? Whether that's because of like the fact that you work together and they're worried about what your coworkers will think, or there's an age difference, or there's a distance between you, or a religious difference. Take that as it resonates. I'm going to get a few channeled messages for you, just a few. There is a black hair here. So you could have a black animal. That's from my dog. And I just ruled on the card a little. I'm sorry. I have so much desire for you. And that's what I was getting with them, that they have this desire to come towards you, but something stops them. Whether that's conscious or subconscious. And I Could Be Your Hero, Baby, the song Hero by Enrique Iglesias, or whatever his name is, could be symbolic. I could be your hero, baby. I could take away your pain. I could stay with you forever. Please don't take my breath away, or something. I don't know. There's all kinds of crossed wires in my brain, if you haven't noticed. So we have 6 here. You have so many choices and options. So maybe you do. Maybe you have other people in your energy. Maybe this person just sees that you could have anybody that you want because you're so amazing. That could be part of what stops them from coming towards you, is that they're insecure. And that has nothing to do with you. That's about them. So let's just get 1, 2, 3, 4 messages. Spirit says 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So look, we have maybe on the bottom. So that shows that back and forth, that temperance that I was seeing. They're trying to be patient about coming towards you. I feel like this person needs to be confident if they're going to come towards you. So as long as they're not confident, Spirit's not going to let it happen. We also have you are wrong in reverse. And that's exactly the energy that I was getting with the whip. I mentioned that this person could have told you that you were wrong or didn't want to take accountability or blamed you for things. You could have told them something or offered them advice. Like I said, they could have said you're wrong or didn't want your advice. And now they're realizing that you are right. We also have a very jealous person. So that there could have been jealousy involved in this connection. However, that's resonating to you. Jealousy, I used to be very jealous, and I still struggle with it sometimes. But it came from a place of like deep insecurity. And I used to feel ashamed of it. I used to feel like I was a bad person. But being jealous doesn't mean you're a bad person. It doesn't mean you're controlling. It stems from insecurity. I could be your hero, baby. Confirmation. So maybe listen to that song. That could be a message from your person's higher self. So, you know, go watch the sunrise and listen to Hero by Enrique Iglesias, or however you say his name. I'm a very jealous person. I just heard green eyes could be symbolic. Take it as it resonates. Maybe this person started seeing red, like maybe that there was someone in your energy and they just saw red. Take it as it resonates. You are wrong. And when I was saying red, I was being reminded of the root chakra. So your person telling you that you're wrong could have come from a place of not being grounded and too much in their head. Take it as it resonates. I need time for me. So kind of confirmation with the rest of this reading. And again, they will take action. It's just, it's not clear when that will be. Oh, look at that. They will take action. But right now they're focusing on themselves. So that is crazy confirmation from Spirit. June 4th or April 6th could be symbolic, or 1964. 64 also reduces to 10, which is Wheel of Fortune energy, which I mentioned, 1010. And this also is 40, which falls in line with the soul time 40. So this reading wasn't long enough. Sarcasm. So we're going to get some charms, and I'll try and make this quick because an hour and 20 minutes. Oh dear. Anyway, let's do letters first. So I'm just going to get a bunch of random letters. Like a lot came out. So you can take this as initials, even their full name or your full name. So we have V, X, F, K, W, E, R, T, N, T, H, C, B, O, C, U, L, Z, X, V, L, B, Q, D, U, G, I, A, M, E, K, F, R, U, H, F, P. So like I said, their initials, your initials, or even full names. And if you need to take a screenshot, there you go. And now we'll get charms. Actually, I want to get one tarot pin for you. I'm closing my eyes. That one. We have the sun. There's something about the sun here. It's coming through very clearly. Sun, also divine masculine energy. Go watch that sunrise. Tell me how it was. I'm going to hold you accountable. Tell me what that sunrise was like. And it's important. I just heard maybe the timing of watching the sunset could be better for you, but Spirit's saying no, the sunrise. Don't watch the sunset. Watch the sunrise. And we have a lot of charms, so I'm not going to explain them all. Like I said, look them up if you want further meaning. We have the key, which is Hierophant energy. We have peace, so peace and harmony. We have music, so music could be symbolic. We have the swan. Interesting how that came out. The swan, so could be twin flame energy. Again, look up the swan. We have the unicorn, high priestess energy. We have the fox, and we did see a fox on your side. We have the dolphin, which is symbolic of happiness and harmony. We have the butterfly, which is symbolic of transformation. We already spoke about it in this reading. Oh my gosh. Look, you have 2 swans. That's beautiful. So confirmation on the twin flame thing, if that's your message. We have the fox. I don't know why I'm saying the fox again. We have the star, so hope and healing. We have another star. We have the whale, which is freaking magical because I was talking about finding Nemo and Dory. We have bananas, so look up. I feel like duality might be one for bananas, but don't quote me on that. We have a seahorse, which sometimes you see on the Lovers card. We have, did I already mention a butterfly? Yes, we have 2 butterflies, 3 butterflies, so lots of transformation. And we have the moon, divine feminine energy. We have a starfish. So maybe you're in a very alluring energy to this person right now with the starfish. We have, look, separation. We have music again. Music could be very symbolic. We have a horse, which I talked about. I was seeing the rider card in the Lenormand deck in my mind's eye. We have the dragonfly showing beautiful change. We have another horse, so that could be that Knight of Wands energy. It could also be symbolic of chariot energy. It's also symbolic of free spirit. We have a lightning bolt that just crashed into the charms. So this communication from them could come in quite unexpectedly, or you may see a huge change in this person. We have an angel wing, and I kept talking about Archangel Michael. So if you want to look up more about Archangel Michael, I would encourage that. And then we have another seahorse. And the way these seahorses are facing, the white one I'm seeing as you, divine feminine energy. So your person will catch up is what I'm hearing. Now, I am going to leave it here because that was a very long reading and I have to go pay attention to pile 2 now. But I am sending you lots of love and light, and I will talk to you soon. Bye. Hello, pile 2, and welcome to your reading. If you chose pile 2 with this fluorite heart and the Spring Glade Tarot by Hattie Thorn, then this is your reading. What I'm going to do is if you didn't watch the intro, maybe you should watch the intro because I explain how this reading is going to work. I'm going to get to the tarot. We're looking at your person's feelings, but first I'm going to do an energy check so that you know if this is your reading or not. So on the left side is you. On the right side is your person. You may resonate with the person on the right side. Just take the message as it resonates. And I get a lot of energy from shuffling the deck, so I'm going to wait until I look at your energy before I shuffle this deck. But yeah, I'll look at the tarot once we're done with the oracle cards. We have a bunch of oracle cards to get through. I'm going to show you your energy, your person's energy, and then the connecting energy between you. You have a lot of extra cards in your reading, and for some reason for your pile, excuse me, for your pile, I just drank a bunch of water. For your pile, I was very called to all of the oracle decks. The backs of the decks are all flipped up here so that I can see them, because I think you need to know what's going on beneath the surface in this connection. However, it's whatever's going on in the 3D, there's a lot going on beneath the surface, and I will get to that. But let's start with you. I'm going to try and lay all of the cards down before I start to talk about them, but I make no promises. Sometimes I talk about them as I'm showing each one. I kind of want to get all of the energy on the table and then talk about it this time. But just take it as it resonates. So first we're going to look at your energy. So for your energy, we have the mouse, and that is earth energy. So you could be an earth sign, or you could be going to ground right now. I was also thinking of the fact that you chose pile 2, which is the spring. Why is my throat closing over? Maybe there's no communication between you and this person, or communication recently stopped. What was I about to say about, what was I going to say about this card? Oh, you chose the spring deck, so maybe there's some sort of rebirth happening beneath the surface in this connection, and maybe you can't see it. We have choose your path, all is possible. So I'm also getting other messages than just about your connection. I'm also getting messages about what's going on in your life right now. So I will mention that as well once we get into the energy. We have child 13, and this is air energy. So Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. The fact that we have child here, you know, that's 13, death and rebirth. So maybe there's been an ending between you and your person. And again, I'll get into the energy, take it as it resonates. I don't think you're with this person, if I'm being honest, but only you know that. You also got an animal card for connecting energy, which I didn't do for pile 1, and I don't know if I'm going to do it for pile 3. It's not because I don't love them as much as you, it just, Spirit told me to take the animal card for connecting energy that I saw, so I took it. So we'll get back to you. So let's go to your person now. So your person, water energy, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. And just because that's not their sun sign doesn't mean it's not one of their other placements. If you know their other placements, maybe they have a placement in water. Even if they don't, it doesn't mean it's not about your person or it's not your reading. That's just meant to be extra confirmation for someone, right? Now, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to talk about it until I get into all of the cards. So let's keep going for your person. We have discovering truth. You stand in the light of the truth. I just heard you stand in the way of the truth. When I first looked at that, I heard you're standing in the way of your own truth, not you, your person. So maybe there's some sort of truth here that they know, but they're kind of standing in the way of it, or they're not accepting it, or we'll get into it. And then for your person, we have the tree, which is water energy. And, you know, there could be mirroring happening right now because I'm noticing these two animals that are kind of mirroring. But the tree is about stability and roots. And so I feel like your person is working on their stability. They could be working on their emotions. There's a lot of water energy on their side. And, you know, trying to listen to what their intuition is trying to tell them, or what their intuition or their heart is telling them to do. I am getting like a few different scenarios here. And you may not resonate with all of them. You may only resonate with one of them, but I have to talk about everything that I'm hearing. Again, I'll get back to that. And for the connecting energy, you have a lot of cards. I don't even know where I'm going to put them all. We have perception, 35. The frequency of perception supports our natural curiosity, moving us beyond our comfort zone to find the edges of what we perceive as real and to take a good, hard, deep look at it. So for connecting energy, I feel like both of you maybe have different perceptions about this connection, or you had clashing perspectives in the past. This could be a connection where I always say we have different perceptions based on our experience in our life, based on our own truth, based on our wounding. So you could be perceiving this connection a certain way. Maybe their perception was different. I feel like right now, connecting energy, you're supposed to be challenging your perception. So there's a very deep message for you that what is going on here, what you're perceiving to be happening, there's something very different going on beneath the surface. Like there's a need to change your perception and a need for your person to change their perception, however that's resonating to you. And it talks about moving us beyond our comfort zone. So I feel like there's something about this that feels uncomfortable. And so maybe for some of you, you just recently separated from this person. Maybe the ending or the separation feels uncomfortable for you because you're still holding on to it. Maybe there's a lesson where you're meant to be learning how to let go, and that's why it feels uncomfortable. You could both need to go through changes, or again, change your perception, and change can be uncomfortable. I'm also hearing the edge of evolution is messy. So again, there's a lot more going on here than you can see. And for some of you, I feel like there's a lot more going on than you intuitively know. I'm seeing this as like, I feel from your energy, you could be in that collective that is kind of doubting this or wondering if you just made it all up, or you could be thinking like, nah, my person doesn't want me. Again, we're looking at this person's feelings about you. Just a reminder, if you're here for anything else than that, it's not your reading, because we're looking at this person's feelings about you. So if you don't want this person back, you can watch. You do you, is what I'm hearing. So I'm going to get this animal card last, and I don't know where I'm going to put it, but I'll figure it out. We have Pluto. So we have renewal, and this is the connecting energy. This is what's actually going on between the two of you that maybe you can't see, or maybe your ego is fighting. Their ego could be fighting it. Evolution, transformation, Scorpio, beginnings, endings, rebirth, turbulence, destruction, hidden power, core truths, intensity, highs and lows. So this could have been a connection where there was a lot of highs and lows. And maybe there needed to be an ending in order for there to be a transformation. September 11th, side note, could be symbolic because I just saw 9/11 on the timer, or November 9th. There's a lot of transformation and soul growth that's meant to be happening right now between or within this connection, even though I don't think you and this person are together. I really don't. I can't. I'm not getting any kind of energy that you're talking to this person. It's quite the opposite. It feels like maybe for some of you there was an ending in the past, or maybe for some of you this ending is quite fresh. This is going to be difficult for me because I like to pick up the cards, so I probably won't be picking up a lot of these cards, just side note. So just a reminder, we have earth, air, water, water. And we have fate, the north node, destiny, life goals, lessons, journey, calling, mission, challenges, soul purpose, the future, karma, learning curve, the destination. So again, there's a destination here that you might not be seeing right now. It feels like this was a fated ending. It had to end in order for there to be a rebirth. And I'm going to get into your energy, but there's something about, it says calling and mission. So for some of you, like I said, I'll return to this message, but I feel like there is a message here about you answering your life's calling, or going after your own mission in some way, or focusing on your mission. And then connecting energy, we have the Cobra, which is fire energy, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. And I think I'll just leave this right here in the center of the reading. But the Cobra shows that there's a pause here. There's a need for introspection. I just saw 11:11 on the timer. There's definitely a pause here. There's like, I don't know how else to put that. There's a pause. Hanged man energy, like a sacrifice in love in order for there to be growth and transformation and enlightenment and surrender. The Cobra also talks about a teacher. When the student is ready to learn the lesson, the teacher appears. So there's a very strong message in this reading that you and this person were meant to teach each other lessons, and maybe you weren't ready to learn those lessons in the past. And then it was probably in your soul contract that at this time in your life, you would be ready to learn this lesson, and fate would bring this person in, or bring you into this person's life, so that you could finally learn this lesson. I do feel like this is a connection where you've both taught each other lessons, or taught each other things. And maybe not like, for example, I'm not saying that you were like, I'm going to teach you this and you better listen. And I'm not saying this person, you know, taught you something through speaking to you or telling you something, but I feel like the way you showed up in this connection, I feel like the separation, I feel like maybe the way you triggered each other, there's some mirroring here. So maybe you were reflecting wounds that needed to be healed. I do feel like you were meant to learn a lot about yourself from this connection and perhaps from this separation. And again, for some of you, it feels very fresh with that perception card because it feels like your perception could be, well, this is over. And I'm telling you, there is so much more going on here than meets the eye. This is a very powerful pile, in my opinion. I was a little overwhelmed by it when I first pulled the cards. So I think I'll get back to what's going on beneath the surface after I describe everybody's energy. So take it as it resonates. Again, I'm getting a lot of mirroring energy here. So there's two things I want to talk about first. They're just two things that I heard that I'm just going to get out of the way. A lot of you may not resonate with what I'm about to say. It doesn't mean it's not your reading. It's a specific message for one person. Maybe more than one person, but I just have to mention it. So on your side, let's forget about what's going on over here and your person. On your side, there is a message of you going after your mission or your life purpose. It says, choosing your path, all is possible. So it feels like you could be someone who's thinking about what you want to do with your life. You could be someone who is thinking about what you actually want in love, in a connection. That's not what I'm supposed to be talking about, but I heard it, so I had to say it. But there's something about going after your life purpose or your mission or stepping into your calling. So that could resonate in a few ways. For some of you, you may already be stepping into your purpose. And the Child card talks about a new beginning, a new job. Again, maybe you're going after your life's calling. And for some of you, this may just be a whisper at this point. Like, I'm just going to use myself as an example, as I often do. When I used to watch like SO Tarot and Kino Tarot and those types of readers, I would just be in awe at what they were telling me. And the reading would find me, I would be drawn to a pile, and it was just like, how do they know this about me? How do they know I'm going through this? And when I watched them, I would hear a little whisper, you could do that. You could do what they're doing. You could help people. You could read tarot. You could read energy. And at that point, I was just a viewer. Like, I was not reading tarot or anything, but I had this little whisper. You could do that. So it feels like there's some sort of whisper. If you haven't already listened to that whisper, for some of you, there's this little whisper that there's something calling you. Like your higher self is calling you. They're saying, pick up the phone. Your mission is calling to you. Which was, that kind of energy also came out in pile 1 a little bit. But there's this energy of choosing your path. So needing to choose your path in some type of way. But I was hearing when it comes to your calling or your mission. For some of you, it could be that this is like a lover's connection or a counterpart connection. And maybe you're in the energy where you don't want it. And Spirit's telling you that you need to choose a path. Like you need to either choose the path of the counterpart journey, which is all about you and your mission, or you need to release it. Just a little message for some of you. But this all is possible. I'm getting the energy that for some of you, you're thinking about taking a leap of faith towards your mission. And with the mouse card, it feels like you're very anxious about that, or you're overthinking it. And that's why this message is here about all is possible. You don't need to be afraid. Whatever you want to happen can happen. You can manifest it. Law of assumption. You are the creator of your own destiny. So you need to choose whatever path that is for you. But like I said with the mouse card, You could be feeling very anxious about, I'm going to look at the mouse. Again, this has nothing to do with your person. There's a very specific message about your mission here and about you feeling scared about going after your mission. Or maybe you've recently like started your own channel and you're feeling anxious because you're not getting many views, or you're feeling anxious, like, will this amount into anything? And I just want to remind you that if you're starting out, I was once where you are. It does talk about being very nervous here. It also talks about, what was I going to say? It talks about being nervous, but it also talks about being detail oriented. So when it comes to your life purpose, you could be like very detail oriented right now. You could be like thinking things like, well, I don't have it all figured out. Maybe I don't know enough to be starting my own channel. You could be waiting until you feel like you have all the details worked out. And sometimes we just need to take that leap of faith before we have it figured out. I came up with my name for my channel and the description of my channel 6 months before I actually started my channel, because I was just so focused on the details. Like for those 6 months, I didn't feel like I was ready, when in reality, I should have just taken the leap of faith. So my advice to you is to just start doing something, like just name your channel, or just, you know, just take baby steps. Just start doing something if you're feeling nervous about going towards your calling. Just start somewhere is what I'm hearing. The other thing this says is, it says busy with no purpose. So this is what I mean. Like right now, you could be trying to keep yourself busy, trying to distract yourself from this breakup, from this separation, from from thinking about this person. And if you're someone who's trying to like be busy everywhere and you still feel unfulfilled, there's a message that it's because you're not going out. It's not your purpose. When you're working towards your purpose, you don't have to, like, I'm thinking about when I used to be a photographer and I was just busy, busy, busy all the time, just always keeping busy. It's because I didn't feel purpose within my job. Whereas when I started doing tarot, I actually worked way less and felt way more fulfilled and like I was fulfilling my life purpose. So that could be, again, side note for some of you. And again, child can be about new beginnings, the birth of something new. So again, I do feel like for some of you, there's something new happening in your energy, or there's a nervousness about starting something new. That's a little side note for you. If that doesn't resonate, it doesn't mean this isn't your reading. There's also a very important side note over here that I need to talk about. And maybe for some of you, this resonates for you. But just before I get into what I'm about to talk about, this is a no judgment zone. I'm not here to judge you, and nobody else should be judging you either. You shouldn't be judging yourself harshly either. But I am getting the energy for some of you. And again, if this doesn't resonate, it doesn't mean it's not your reading, but I have to honor what's coming through. I am seeing the possibility that your person could be married. Or maybe you're resonating with that. Maybe you're married and you need to choose a path and you're nervous about choosing yourself or walking away from a marriage, because that's what I'm getting on your person's side. And there could be some mirroring here that I'm picking up on. But the fact that we have the beaver is about the home and discovering the truth. You stand in the light of the truth. And I was hearing this person is standing in their own way. The fact that we have fate here too, and endings and beginnings. This could be a fated connection that was meant to, you know, help this person realize there's so much pressure in today's world and in society to honor, you know, the vows you took and to make it work at any cost. I'm talking about marriage specifically. There's also the judgment of others, and I spoke about how in my journey, when I started out, maybe you didn't watch that reading, but when I started out on my healing journey, I was and am married. And I found myself in like meeting someone in a very fated way. And all of a sudden my world felt upside down. My heart was telling me, my soul was telling me, this fated connection, there's something to it. But my mind was telling me, you're married, you took vows, think about your children, think about other people's opinions. When I went to my friend to ask her for advice, even though she's not married, so why the heck was I asking her for advice? When I asked her for advice, she said, are you crazy? She's like, why? Why would you give up your marriage? Why are you even thinking this way? Think about your children. So again, that message was coming through. And one of the reasons I'm saying it is because we have commitment and we have the ring. So for some of you, someone here is in a committed connection. That won't be for all of you. We also have material goods. So this could be someone who is staying in a marriage because of money, or not that they're, I'm not saying that they're, a gold digger or something, but it's hard when you're married, when you have shared finances. You have to think about what a divorce or separation would mean to those finances, or maybe you have children. There's some sort of, I got the energy that for some of you, your person could be married, and intuitively and in their heart space, they could know that you're the one for them, but they could be more focused on what that would mean to their family unit right now, or what that would mean to their home or their finances or their children, if that makes sense. The tree is also number 5, which is Hierophant energy. Again, this won't be for everyone, but I needed to talk about it. So this person's calling could be you. And the fact that we have a lot of emotion here, it feels like this person, whoever they are, is meant to be listening to their intuition over their mind, over their ego, over their fear, over the judgment of others, over other people's opinions. And if this person is married, that's a hard transition to choose something or someone else over that commitment. And that's, I feel like, why there's a pause here. I also feel like if your person is married, you've changed their perception. Now, I apologize if this is triggering somebody, because, when I talk about someone being married, it can trigger people. And guess what? It used to trigger me before I found myself in that situation. So I'm going to move away from that energy now. But I just wanted to tell you that it was coming through for some of you. So again, no judgment from me. That message is for those of you who are dealing with a married person. And I just wanted to explain what's happening there if your person is married. But for not all of you, like not all of you are dealing with someone who's married. And sometimes when I say that, people assume, they think their person is secretly married. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying take it as it resonates. You would know if this person is married or not. I'm not saying that they're hiding a secret marriage from you, okay? Let's just get that clear. So now that I got that out of the way, I'm going to get back to your reading. But I needed to honor those messages from my guides. So let's start with you. We do have the Mouse, which is a very nervous energy. It's, it says nitpicky. So maybe for some of you, maybe you were expecting or requesting that this person did things that they couldn't give you. Just take that as it resonates. It also says very detail-oriented. So you could be a very detail-oriented person. But you could also be very focused on the details right now, rather than trusting your intuition You could be focusing on the 3D, like you could be very black and white thinking. Well, this person, you know, they left me, they dumped me, so I guess it's over. Like you're focused on the details you can see. And like I said, there's so much more going on beneath the surface than you can see here. There is a scared energy to the mouse. So you could be feeling very scared about, is it over? Will I ever see this person again? Am I just imagining this? Did I just imagine our connection? So when in balance, organized, resourceful, prepared. When out of balance, busy with no purpose. To bring into balance a meaningful project. We also have 65, which is 11. So there's this energy of, I'm not going to get it. There's this energy of trusting your intuition. It also says small-minded, and I'm not saying that you're small-minded, but that's what I meant by black and white thinking. Like you may not be thinking about the bigger picture, or you may not be taking into account that there could be a lot of things going on beneath the surface that you can't see. You could be very limited in your way of thinking about this, very black and white right now. Take it as it resonates. If I'm triggering you, there might be some truth to that. The mouse has an innate desire to tend to the details. It often spends its days fixing, preparing, organizing, and scrutinizing. Unfortunately, a mouse personality doesn't notice when they've gone too far. Soon they begin to have a limited and fearful vision of life and try to control every detail. So you could have been trying to control every little detail of how things were going on between you. And it could have, you know, energetically, this person could have pulled back because of that, especially if they were an avoidant or if they were like having a hard time making a decision. This can be quite painful. This can be a quite painful experience for both the mouse and those around them. When the mouse energy is at play, step back for a moment. It may be time to find a more purposeful project to delve into, one that's worthy of your exacting eye. And this reminds me of when, like on my counterpart journey, when I could no longer control what was going on in my counterpart connection. I had no control over my person because we don't have control over other people. And, you know, I got a reading with a reader that I trust, and that reader was telling me, you have a life purpose. You know you have a life purpose. You can feel it. I was denying it, of course. I was like, shut up, little whisper. Stop whispering at me. Get away from me. You know, like sometimes, I don't know if you feel it. Maybe it's just that I'm neurodivergent, but when somebody whispers in my ear, it kind of gives me the creeps. So when my soul was whispering at me, I was like, stop it. Go away. I'm seeing Elsa in... Is it... I think I'm hearing, no. I'm hearing Into the Unknown. So it's from Frozen 2. And she says, if I hear you, but I don't. And she's like, stop talking to me. And there's this whisper telling her to step into the unknown. Maybe you need to listen to that song. But it's like Spirit's telling you, you need to take your vision or your perception, the way you're seeing this, and you need to put that energy into a meaningful project. So maybe that's a project with your home. Like, again, I'm thinking about when I was at this point in my counterpart journey where my ego was telling me, you're crazy. There was an ending, a painful ending, a separation, and I started like painting random rooms in my house. Like I just started to put my energy into more meaningful projects. Anyway, so what you can do right now is to start doing meaningful projects for you, you know, start to look at the bigger picture. I'm hearing, what is the gift in this? So that is your energy. And if you're not resonating with that energy, then this means it's probably not your pile, right? Now we have the Child, which is giving me Scorpio energy. I'm currently studying the Lenormand deck because it's different than tarot, and I haven't been using it because I've been studying. And part of me was like, the mouse, like, I need to know every detail of the deck before I start using it, which my guides were like, that's crazy, just start using it. So there's issues related to children here for some of you. So maybe for some of you, you can focus on your children, or maybe for some of you, your child is going through something, or maybe childhood wounding affected this connection. It also makes me think of that message where someone here might be married and you might be like, think of the children. And anybody who's been in that situation, who has made the choice to trust their intuition and follow their own happiness, their children are better human beings for it. Because if you stay in an unhappy situation, your children, you know, I'm hearing are a reflection of you, and they will have that unhappiness. You can't hide that from them. Children can read energy because they haven't been fully programmed like us adults, so they can read energy. So whatever makes you happy is what's best for your child. I don't care what it is, right? As long as it's like nothing bad. It also relates to everything new, growing, having potential and promise. So there's still potential here. And if you're thinking about, you know, a new career or following your life's calling, whatever you're fated to do, there's huge potential there. I just wanted to mention that. It also talks about trust. So it's very important that you're trusting in whatever's happening. And like I said, I feel like there was a painful ending or a separation here. It either happened in the past or it happened quite recently. Because in my experience reading tarot and reading energy, it's often the most scary when it first happens. So for some of you, maybe this just happened, or maybe you recently surrendered control of the situation, whatever this situation is. So that's you, my friend, if that's resonating. It also talks about delays, when it's near a negative card, which I'm not saying the mouse is negative. The mouse teaches us a lesson, right? Everything teaches us a lesson. But if it's like near a negative card, it can talk about delays. It can talk about barriers. So it does feel like there's some sort of barrier up or delay when it comes to this connection. So let's go over to your person. I already talked about the Cobra and the connecting energy. There's transformation that's happening beneath the surface that you can't see. There's a pause here in order for there to be lessons learned, in order for there to be growth. And you and this person, again, are supposed to be teaching each other something about each other. Maybe for some of you, it has to do with childhood wounding. This person could have reflected back to you some of your childhood wounding or triggered some of your childhood wounding. Maybe they treated you in a way that your parents treated you. And maybe you didn't know maybe you haven't made that connection. So what I mean by that, again, I'll just use a random example. If you are frustrated because someone is not giving enough energy to you, and you start codependently attaching to them, and you start overgiving, think about your childhood and just think about it for a minute. And again, our parents did the best they could, and I'm okay now. I'm at peace with being the chosen one who's meant to break the cycles. Like, I'm okay with that. I'll do it, right? I'll do it for all of my ancestors and all of my future ancestors, if that's even what you call them. I'll do it. I'll do it. I used to be resentful about it. Now I'm in. I'm all in. But our parents did the best they could. But think about it. Is that coming out in you because as a child, did you have a parent who didn't show you affection or love? Or did you have a parent that was inconsistent? Maybe you never knew when they were going to spend time with you. Maybe you never knew when they were going to give you positive affirmation or tell you that they loved you. Maybe you never knew when that was coming. So in that sense, someone who's inconsistent and who doesn't affirm you and reassure you would trigger you because of your childhood. Does that make sense? Anyway, that's what I was hearing, so I had to say it. Again, if you're looking for instant gratification or a quick fix, read the description about what type of reader I am. I finally updated it after years after starting my channel. I finally last night updated my description about what type of reader I am. I do incorporate healing and psychology and things like that and neurodivergency. So there you go. So let's get over to your person. I already mentioned that they could be married. Again, I'm not here to judge you. And you know, when I think about it, people judge someone who's involved with someone married. They're like, how could you do that? Like, how could you be involved with someone who's married? Think of the children. So again, no judgment if you're dealing with someone who's married. You won't get judgment from me. 5 years ago, I would have judged you up and down, but that's because spirit, it was like my ego knew that that was part of my story, because that's what happened to me. So I shouldn't have been judging anybody. So what do I want to look at here? I want to look at the tree, natural force and growth, potent natural force and growth. So there's a blessing in this ending because it's causing your person to transform and to tune into their truth and their intuition and to grow. What else do I want to talk about here? The tree does relate to family lineage. So for some of you, that message that I was giving you about your ancestors and about childhood wounding and how your parents treated you, that could be symbolic for your person too. You could have been, let's say you were trying to control this situation and you were like, again, I don't like the term nitpicking. It sounds very negative and mean to me. And I don't want to say that you were nitpicking, but you could have been like asking for things from this person that they couldn't give you. You could have been nagging them. Again, another label that doesn't feel nice to use. I'm not saying that you were nagging them, but their perception, again, their perception could have been that you were nagging them or you were hounding them and that could have triggered, like if they had a parent that was overprotective or always in their business or always like, do this, do that. Have you done this yet? You didn't do a good enough job. Like they could have had a parent that was like that. And their perception could have been, well, you're acting just like my parents. And maybe they didn't make that connection and you were subconsciously, it was triggering them. And maybe they didn't understand why. Again, human beings are complicated. And that's part of my mission. And I'm sticking to it. So that's what we see with the tree. But this person is working on their stability and they could be thinking about, this could have been someone who had their life all figured out, or like I said, they could have been married. Maybe they never saw themselves like being in a soul connection like this. And there's some sort of, I'm hearing uprooting happening, like something in their life is changing and it's creating more stability. This separation is teaching them a lesson and causing them to kind of ground and stabilize in their own energy. I didn't even really want to read the tree card. Like I wasn't looking at I didn't really want to read the Lenormand cards. I was just looking at them for the keywords to see if there was anything I was missing. Now the beaver is very family oriented. So this person could be very focused on their family right now. That could have been, family could have been an obstacle in your connection. Their family's opinion of you or this connection, their friend's opinion. And again, your perception could have been, why do they even care about what other people think if they love me? Like they shouldn't care about what other people think. That's your perception. Their perception is different. It doesn't mean anybody's perception is right or wrong. I think that there's always two sides to every story, and then there's what's actually happening. There's the truth of the situation, right? Hard worker, loyal, tireless, family first. So that goes back to that marriage thing. If this is someone who has children, maybe their immediate thought, their mental thought was, well, I need to prioritize my family first over my own heart. And that doesn't lead to happiness and growth and healing. That leads to unhappiness. So when in balance, happy, meaningful work. And you see the mirroring because your advice is to take on meaningful projects. I just think that's magical. Anyway, when out of balance, feels useless, worn out. So you could have been like, you know, telling this person something or change your life this way or nitpicking or those harmful labels that I keep throwing out there. They're in the book. I don't like them. And this person could have become quite worn out, quite exhausted. Again, maybe they're an avoidant and maybe your attention to detail or your trying to control the situation actually pushed them away. And again, not saying it was your fault. Not saying it's your fault at all. It's nobody's fault is what I'm hearing, but feels useless and worn out. And that's also telling me that if this person is in an unhappy situation, an unhappy job, like maybe this person is supposed to be changing careers, when you stay in that shadowy energy, you're going to feel useless. You're going to feel worn out. You're going to feel bad about yourself. And again, I'm talking about your person. The beaver personality is a welcomed sight. These good-natured and dependable creatures have infinite love and enthusiasm for family and express it by way of the earth element, providing home financial stability. Although a beaver doesn't usually initiate a project, and I'm just thinking like this could be someone who didn't want to initiate the separation. Maybe the two of you like tried to make it work and the universe had to separate you. Maybe this person didn't want to initiate commitment with you. Maybe this person didn't want to initiate leaving their partner for you. Take any of those as they resonate. But once they start, they work steadily for weeks, months, or years to see it through. The beaver card appears when the task at hand requires your long-term steady effort. So if this person is going to be with you, it requires long-term steady effort. It requires commitment. Like, let's take the fact that some of you, this person may be married off the table for a minute. We have ring and commitment over here. So this person definitely sees commitment with you, and maybe they have a lot that they need to accomplish before they see themselves being ready for marriage or ready to commit to you and give you what you need. Especially if you're very detail-oriented and you knew exactly what you wanted in a partner. Maybe you told this person, this is exactly what I want in a partner, which good for you for speaking up about your needs and expectations. I admire you. And maybe this person looked at it very honestly. Their perception was like, well, I'm not ready to give this person that. And maybe they pulled away. Makes sense? So yeah, that's your that's your person's energy. And they're very focused on their own stability. They're very focused on their home right now, maybe their job. And then we'll get to that discovering truth card. You stand in the light of the truth. So there's some sort of light or truth being shown to them about you. And I keep hearing they're standing in the way of it, or they were standing in the way of it in the past. Maybe they weren't ready to accept it. Maybe they thought it would be too much work. Like I said, maybe you told this person you need to heal. And maybe they thought, well, healing's hard. I don't want to heal. Like I have to heal to be with that person. Maybe they were standing in their own way. That's what I keep getting for your person. They're standing in their own way. They need to get out of their way is what I'm hearing, and kind of let their intuition take hold of them, which seems like what's happening now. The other thing, before I get to that card and reading it, did I read you your card? I don't think I did. I need to read you. These are the only two that I meant to read. But I also want to mention the body language here. So it's really interesting because we do have mirroring here with the deer. In the current energy, I'm also thinking about the deer in the stability card representing like a father figure for some of you. Maybe you triggered this person's father wounds. Maybe they triggered your father wounds. Maybe this person is a father. Take it as it resonates. But with the cobra, there's this energy of current energy, you're both focusing on yourselves. Like you're both self-focused. And if you look at these energies, the mouse is pointed that way and the beaver is pointed somewhat on self, but also a little bit over this way. So that's why I feel like you're not together. And I feel like you could go back and forth between like thinking about this person or thinking, yes, there's a future. No, there's not a future. Like, because we have someone facing that way and someone facing that way. But I do feel like there's a strong message from Spirit to take your focus off of this person and put your energy into meaningful work or meaningful projects, whatever that means for you. And if you look at this image, there's this person kind of walking away from these two people. So this could be symbolic of your person listening to their inner truth, their intuition. Who cares what anybody else thinks, right? Who cares what those people over there think? Who cares about the opinions of others? I'm going to choose what makes me happy. So that's what we have. And now I'm just going to read these two cards for you. How long did that take me? Oh, same. That's magical. So it took me 47 minutes to do that energy check for pile 1, and it took me 48 for you, not including how much time this is going to take. But this, I really wanted to read the messages in this deck to you. This is on page 33, so 33 could be symbolic. New vistas are ahead, and you have the power to choose, and within this is your freedom. Do not allow the restrictions or limitations placed on you by the expectations of others to deter your path. Be daring. Cast aside conventions and restrictions. Dance, laugh, explore. Go beyond your predictable behavior. Say yes to life. You support others in stepping into their freedom. So it's almost like there is this energy of mirroring here. So if you don't let the limitations of your own mind or the limitations of, oftentimes when people, I'm thinking of like trying to encourage someone who's in a very negative mindset, and you say, why don't you try this? And they say, well, I can't because of this. And then you say, well, what if you think about this? You're really talented. You should just start. And then they say, well, I don't know how to use the computer, so I don't know how to do that, so I just won't bother. Limitations. So again, just think about mirroring. If you get out of your own way and you step aside from those limitations, maybe self-imposed limitations by your ego, think of mirroring. It will help this person, is what I'm hearing. Choose life on your terms. Move beyond those situations that you've outgrown. So there's also a message that whatever was happening in this connection, you've outgrown it. So there needed to be an ending in order for there to be a transformation. It doesn't mean it's the end. Sometimes to be free, the traveler needs to put down his pack and just keep walking. So maybe for some of you, you needed to leave this person behind. There are times to live an ordinary life, but there are also times to cast ordinary things aside and fling your arms to the heavens in joy. You're not on the planet to always meet the needs and expectations of others. You're here to explore, expand, and step into your extraordinary self. Don't unconditionally accept the rules you have placed on yourself or that others have placed on you. Choose pathways that lead to a greater freedom and happiness. And when I was reading that, I was hearing maybe for some of you, you're the married one, like just being honest, but take it as it resonates. And we have discovering truth. You stand in the light of the truth. And again, I cannot unsee you're standing in your own way, your person. Listen to the wisdom that arises from your soul. And look, we have 2 water energy here, so they are starting to tap into their intuition. Even if those around you don't agree. Trust your instincts, be yourself, whatever the situation, and respond from the authentic place inside. Be starkly honest with yourself. Speak your truth, live your truth, walk your talk. Listen to your inner guidance and follow it. You radiate the energy of truth to others so that you can find their truth. So there could also be that, like, maybe this person wants to be honest with you about the fact that they do see a future with you, but maybe they're not ready to give you that right now. Maybe they're afraid because you're very detail oriented or you want things to play out a certain way. Maybe they're afraid to tell you that because they're afraid, you know, that you'll tell them to get bent or something. Again, I'm not here to judge anyone, just saying. If you are facing a decision and your mind says one thing and your heart says another, follow the dictates of your heart and you'll be on the right path. So there's an energy that their heart says yes, but their head says no about this connection. If you get a nudge to speak to someone, you, or go in a particular direction, don't hesitate, follow this guidance. On your journey, others may indicate what path you should take and why. Isn't that interesting? Because when I was talking about my journey, and I mentioned the opinions of others, other people will tell you what they think you should do, and it's not up to them. You can listen to their advice. However, if your heart indicates another way, follow that. Follow your heart. There's a place inside yourself that always knows the truth. Take the time to be still. So that's, again, another confirmation that there's stillness here. There's a pause. There's separation or a breakup. Take time to be still to discover that genuine place of knowing within. Often the hardest thing about living your truth is discovering what it is. So it's important to slow down, be quiet, and listen to the whispers of your soul. That's magical, because I was talking to you about the whispers of your soul. If there's an area of your life in which you're not being authentic or where you're not in integrity with your values, this is a time to make changes. All right, so does that make sense to you about your person? That's what we have here. If you're not resonating with it or you're forcing it to fit, then it's not your pile. And I hope you figured that out before 54 minutes. I hope you figured that out before 54 minutes. All right, so beneath the surface, that's what I wanted to talk about. We have the ring, so commitment. We also have wands here, so this person does feel a lot of passion towards you. They feel an energetic pull towards you. Clearly, they feel commitment with you. I already talked about the fact that maybe this person is already in a commitment or you are. Because we have 2 cards of commitment. Then we have uncovering treasure. Beneath the surface lies great bounty. So there's something powerful happening here beneath the surface that you can't see. And we also have, I didn't even notice that, we have view from above, get the bigger picture. And your card talked about maybe you're just seeing this for what it is right now and not looking at the bigger picture. And then we have magic. So there's magic happening here beneath the surface that you can't see. What felt like a very painful ending or a breakup, there's something magical happening and it's transforming the energy, or it will transform the energy between you. Just wanted to mention those cards. I also am seeing something else that I just want to look at. I'm seeing the spider, and I just want to see the attributes of the spider. That's an earth card. Because that's also about stability. Like if you look at the spider, which I'll show you in a minute once I find it. When you look at the spider, this is what's being hidden. Oh, look, there's the raccoon. That makes sense. This is what's happening beneath the surface. So something more stable is being built in its place. When in balance, appreciative, enthusiastic, prosperous. When out of balance, discouraged, tired, forlorn. You've got mail could be symbolic, or maybe you met this person online. You've got mail. So that is what's going on beneath the surface. I just wanted to mention that. What else does this say? It's not relevant, I don't think. I'm not gonna read it. So let's get into your tarot finally. I'm not getting many tarot cards, don't worry. You're almost done. I am gonna get charms and letters though. which I haven't done in a while. We have the Eight of Wands. So this person does feel, maybe they thought this connection was moving too fast for some of you with the Eight of Wands. Maybe there's distance between you and they saw that they would have to move or you would have to move. I'm just saying what I'm hearing. It could have been very fast feelings with the Eight of Wands. Eight of Wands is also rapid change and rapid growth. So this person, you're meant to be going through rapid change and rapid growth because of this ending or breakup. It's also an energy with discovering the truth. There was this energy of them wanting to come towards you to communicate. So Eight of Wands does talk about that. We also have renewal here. I didn't even mention, like I read the renewal card, but that shows that there's still a potential for a renewal here. Like this is unfinished is what I'm hearing. If you want it. If you don't want it, choose that you don't want it. And choose that you don't want it. I'm not going to tell you to stop watching tarot readings about your person, but I always talk about if you don't want it and you keep clicking on tarot readings about your person that you don't want, you're sending the universe mixed messages. You're like manifesting different things by doing that. And we have the Hierophant. So they very quickly felt commitment energy with you, which is exactly what I was saying. All right. It's also an energy, if you are thinking about being a spiritual leader or a mentor to others, get to it, is what I'm hearing. Take action towards that, right? So we have the Page of Swords, which can talk about clashing perspectives. So you and this person, your perceptions or your perspectives could have been different. Page of Swords is also get more information. So again, what you see happening here is not actually what's happening, I don't think. And Page of Swords is also about a student. So you could be a student or learning more about yourself or learning more about your mission. It's also about, this person could be watching you. It's also about communication. And we have the Emperor. And that's what I was getting on your person's side. Like they could already have an empire, or you could be dealing with a divine masculine who needs to step into their power and take control of their life, step into their divine masculine energy. I feel like you make this person want to step into their divine masculine energy. And if you're thinking about starting your own business or starting your own channel and you need permission, Spirit, not me, Spirit is giving you permission. Yes, do it. Stop doubting it. Spirit just gave you permission. Go. We have Death. Oh my gosh, how magical. How magical is that? Because that's exactly what endings, rebirth, death, transformation, the child, death, Scorpio energy. So there's definitely been an ending here between the two of you. And for some of you, it was fresh. And we have 10 of Cups, which is emotional fulfillment. So maybe for some of you, this person, was hesitant to end a family like situation, like a marriage. The other thing I'm hearing with 10 of Cups is that more inner work could have been needed before the two of you could come together. And this ending, this Death card, is meant to bring change. So it feels like this ending was meant for you to focus on yourself and this person to focus on themselves and do the inner work you need to do so that you can come back together. Ace of Cups, renewal. It's like, that's freaking magical. That's magical. So you could be dealing with a Scorpio or any of the other signs I mentioned. Gemini, they're all here. They are all here. Water, air, fire, earth. They're all here. So we're going to look at how your person's feeling about you. That's all we're looking at because I already mentioned everything else. And then I'm going to get a few cards about what action they're going to take towards you in the future. I can't promise the timing of that action, but we will look at it. And then a few channeled messages and charms and letters. All right, so let's get into it. So how is this person feeling about my viewer? We have the Two of Swords, a choice, right? Stagnation, a crossroads. So this person is feeling like maybe they chose another situation over you. Maybe things became very stuck and stagnant and there was an ending. Or maybe they had, like, maybe in order to choose you, they would have to walk away from something or someone else. Take that as it resonates. Whatever that is, that could have been choosing to move towards you. Like if you're at a distance, that could have been like, maybe there's a job they need to walk away from. We also have the Three of Cups. So for some of you, there is third-party interference here. And I always say, third-party interference does not necessarily mean that your person is married or that they chose someone else over you, but they could have. Third-party interference is anything that they chose over this connection, including themselves, I'm hearing. Could have been work, right? Third-party interference can be so many different things. It's not just about another person or love. So this person could also be feeling quite stuck on how to come towards you. But let's keep going. How is this person feeling about you? We have 10 of Wands. So they're feeling overwhelmed, right? They're feeling overburdened by this. It's weighing heavily on them. If you think this person is not thinking about you and you don't weigh heavily on their heart, I'm going to tell you that your perception is incorrect. I don't want to tell you you're wrong, but your perception is incorrect because this person does feel a lot of heavy energy when it comes to you. This weighs quite heavily on them. And look, 7 of Cups, confusion, needing to make a choice. So this is all kind of falling in line with what I was saying about your person. You know, if your person's... No, I already talked about it. Never mind. I don't need to repeat myself. So how is this person feeling about you? 10 of Wands is also about nearing the end of conflict. So for some of you, this person, you know, is about to... I'm hearing for some of you, they could be about to have an awakening about this situation or to transform, to put these burdens down. You could have triggered a lot of their baggage is what I'm hearing. It does talk about struggles. So this person is struggling to be away from you, and whatever choice they need to make, they're struggling with that choice. It's not, some people are really good at making decisions. Some people aren't. And sometimes people who aren't good at making decisions, it comes from a place of wounding where they were either given too much, too many options as a child. Like I'm thinking of my partner's mother, who was like, do you want potatoes for supper? Well, what kind of potatoes would you like? Would you like mashed potato? Would you like baked potato? Would you like hash browns? Would you like scalloped potatoes? And it was like my partner, because of that, because that's what she was like. It was always just like, do you want this? Do you want this? Do you want this? Do you want this? Now he has a really hard time making a decision. When I think of my sister got punished for making decisions as a child. So now she has a hard time making a decision because she's worried that whatever decision she makes, she's going to get punished for it. That's what I mean about how it's not so black and white. There's a lot going on. Anyway, it also talks about like there was a lot of stress in this connection, for however that's resonating. So this person felt stressed out by this connection, and then maybe that's why there needed to be this ending in order for their perception to change. So again, this could have been a connection that caused your person to need to make decisions about things or to prioritize things in their life. Let's get another one. We're going to get 5 for their feelings. So how is this person feeling about you currently? We have the Queen of Cups. There's that love and that intuition that they feel for you, which we were seeing over here, and this discovering the truth. Deep down, their heart is saying it's you, but their mind says no, right? This Two of Swords is very similar to this discovering the truth, where your mind and your soul are kind of at war with each other. So this person is really going through it. They do feel this intuitive connection towards you. There's a very healing energy about you. So maybe you triggered this person to heal, and maybe that's uncomfortable for them. They see you as very compassionate. Like, clearly they have love for you. Queen of Cups is also about deepening an already existing connection. So they still want something with you here, or they have a hope for something here. You've got mail or sleepless in Seattle could be symbolic. We have the 10 of Cups, and that's what I mean. Whatever they chose, wherever they're coming from, whatever's happening right now, they see you as their happily ever after. They know that if they were to choose their heart, they would choose you. And if they don't know that, there needed to be separation, because one of these cards talked about stillness, silence, reflection, in order to hear what your intuition is telling you. So if they don't know this, that's what this separation was about, or this breakup was about, so that they could hear their intuition. So let's get 2 more for how they're feeling about you. We have the 9 of Wands. And the Page of Swords just ran away from me under the table. So the Page of Swords came out crossing, so I want to talk about both aspects. Sorry, that was in reverse. We have the 9 of Wands in reverse for how they're feeling about you, and the Page of Swords came out crossing, which typically I take in reverse, but Spirit's telling me to talk about both aspects of the Page of Swords. So this is someone who's trying to get more information. You know, they want to learn more about the situation. It's not over, is what I'm hearing. You could have really, with 9 of Wands in reverse, there's something about self-improvement here. So I feel like you taught this person a lesson about something they needed to improve in their life, whatever that is. Could just be that they needed to improve themselves and heal. Page of Swords, the fact that it came out crossing, and I kept hearing clashing perspectives, communication issues. Yeah, clashing perspectives. There could have been a lot of arguments within this connection. And again, when 2 people are butting heads and arguing and fighting all the time, it is a sign that maybe you need a break, or maybe, you know, for some people, like maybe you do need to break up. But breakups don't need to mean the end, is what I'm hearing. Unless you want it to. Choose your path. Choose what you want here. It also says insulting. So you could have insulted this person in some way. Maybe you were triggered and you insulted them, or they felt like you were insulting them, because like maybe this is someone who didn't know how to take criticism. Maybe you were trying to give them constructive criticism and it triggered them. Or maybe you were, you know, criticizing them, because we do have this mouse card, which says, you know, nitpicky. And I talked about that energy. So take that as it resonates. And I just wanted to look at the 9 of Wands in reverse for you. So defensiveness, how can I put this? You could have been very defensive, or you could have triggered this person's defensiveness, especially if this is someone who needed to self-improve. And deep down, like if someone tells you something and there's a truth to it, and you're unwilling to see that truth, or you subconsciously can't see that truth yet, it's going to trigger you, because they're triggering a wound, or they're triggering an inner knowing that you have. Whereas like when somebody says something to you where you know there's no truth to it, because you know yourself, it doesn't trigger you. Does that make sense? So I feel like you really triggered this person. It also talks about relationship failing despite putting in the work. So they see this as a connection that failed, even though you tried. Even though you both tried to make it work, it still ended. So that's what we see for how they're feeling about you. Again, I just want to remind you that in the center of this reading, there is love here. And I'm hearing the song, I Hope You're Happy by Blue October. And I'm feeling called to say, like, when you first break up with someone, That's the last thing you're thinking of is, I hope you're happy and I hope that you meet someone that loves you and treats you well and whatever, because you're in a very wounded place. You're grieving, right? But the line that I was hearing from I hope you're happy was, I remember everything. I remember you next to me. I remember we tried and we tried and we tried. And that's what I feel with that Nine of Wands in reverse. This person, looks at it like you tried to make it work. But anyway, take that as it resonates. Spirit's telling me to get one more for feelings. So I'm going to listen to Spirit. One more for feelings. How does this person feel about my pile 2? 5 of Cups, loss, sorrow, regret, grieving. What did I just say about that song? Like, I know it feels weird to talk about a song where it's like, I hope you're happy and I hope you're good and I hope that you get what you wish for. Maybe this person feels that way about you. Maybe you need to listen to that song. Maybe deep down this person really does feel like you deserve everything you want and need, but maybe they weren't ready or capable of giving it to you at the time. But there's loss and sadness here in your person's energy for how they feel about you. Oh my gosh, we have the Lovers. No wonder Spirit asked me to pull another card. So there could have been a very difficult choice that was made or needed to be made here to be together. This person feels like a connection with you that they've never felt with anybody before. That includes if they're with someone. And maybe they have sorrow and loss and grief because they feel like they made the wrong decision with the Two of Swords and the Lovers. So again, clearly there's love here. I hope you're happy. Now that song is just playing really loudly in my mind. I hope you're happy. I hope you're good. I hope you get what you wish for and that you're well understood. I admire your progress, I think is another line in that song. So take that as it resonates. So we're going to look at their future actions, whatever they will be. Whatever will be, will be. I just que sera. What will their future actions be towards pile 2? What are the future actions? Whoa. That's interesting, my friend. So future actions, this person is taking control of their life. They're taking control of their own destiny. They're discovering their truth, and they're choosing you, if I'm being completely honest. They're walking away from whatever that third-party interference is, whether it's a karmic, whether it's a job, whether it's their old self, whether it's a marriage. Look, they're taking control of this situation, this third-party interference. Now I'm messing up the alignment. Maybe this person wasn't expecting you in their life. Maybe, they had their life all figured out, is what I'm hearing. But for actions, this person will take control of this. They will step up here and lead. They are going to... How much Spirit? I already said take control of the situation. Spirit's being very repetitive these days. Maybe you need to hear it, right? Maybe you need convincing. I don't know. We also have the Ace of Cups, which shows someone following their heart, someone emotional awakening. This is someone tapped into their heart space. They're choosing what their heart desires, and it's in this reading that their heart desires you. And maybe in order, mirroring, if you want to help this person, maybe in order for them to choose what their heart desires, you need to go after what your heart desires when it comes to your purpose or your personal life or your hobbies or your dreams, because you can only help this person out. Ace of Cups is also renewal. So there is an offer of love coming. Again, I don't know when that's coming. There could be third-party interference in the way of this person taking action right now. We also have King of Wands, fire energy, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. We also have the Ten of Swords here, which is about learning lessons. It's about, it's in reverse. So it is about getting back together. So this person will come in wanting to put your relationship back together. But like I said, for some of you, this feels quite fresh. So I'm not sure about the timing of that. And all you can do now is choose whatever path you want. If you don't want this person, then release them. If you do want them, then maybe change your perception or work on your perception or expand your perception. Look at the bigger picture. And again, put your energy into more meaningful things than overthinking about this connection. Maybe you're an overthinker, you know? It says, I need more time. So it does feel like this person isn't ready to come towards you right now, which is okay. Because if this person came back towards you right now, I don't know how much would change. You may just like, if this person came towards you right now, just so freshly after an ending, you might just start butting heads again, right? We have, I still don't have all the answers. That's exactly what I was feeling with the Two of Swords. So this person does need time, unfortunately. Now I'm hearing time after time. Oh my gosh, look at the cut. I am coming, trust. So trust in that. Spirit's telling me to get that card. Trust in that, if that's what you want to choose to trust in. If you don't trust in it, then go do something else. All right, so we're just going to get 4 channeled messages. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we should slow down. Didn't I say it with the 8 of Wands on the bottom? I feel like something happened very quickly between the two of you, and this person pulled their energy back. Again, maybe you were wanting more than this person was capable of giving you. And we have, you are right. So whatever your intuition... Spirit, you're funny. Whatever your intuition, as soon as I said that, whatever your intuition is telling you, you're right. As soon as I said that, I glanced at the bottom. You already know. You already know the truth of this situation. This person already knows because you have inner guidance from your higher selves who already know what your future timelines look like. So whatever your intuition is telling you, you are right. Don't listen to your fear and that little mouse running on that mouse wheel in your head overthinking it is what I'm hearing. We have, if I asked you to stay, would you leave? And that's what it feels. That's exactly what I was getting from your person. If they were to come forward right now and say, I know you want all these things. I'm not ready to give them to you, but I still want to be in your life in some capacity. They're wondering, would you even stay? Like, would you even want to hear from them? There's a very strong message about that this person knows that right now they don't have what you need. And now I'm hearing, again, I get random downloads about movies and stuff. Maybe your name's Miranda, but I was seeing the scene in Sex and the City where Miranda is very like frustrated because she wants to find love and she wants to have sex with somebody. And she's like super deprived and horny. And she's walking by Blockbuster and there's a construction guard and he's like, I got what you want. I got what you need. I need more time. So let's get into terms and letters. So you're going to be looking for your initials, because I'm going to get a lot. You're looking for your initials, their initials. Oh, I got to close the curtain a bit. This person is seeing the light. That's better. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't hear you. If you told me that the sun was too bright, I didn't hear you. That's a message that maybe your light was like blinding to this person, or maybe this person felt things too quickly. Maybe your energy is very powerful. Anyway, so with the initials, with the letters, you're looking for your initials, their full name, your full name, or anything that resonates to you. Your intuition will know if it's for you. Now, I'm going to close my eyes and I'm going to pick a tarot pin first. We have the Fool, new beginning. So endings bring new beginnings, the Fool. And let's get actually, I'm just going to put that away. And let's get letters. I just got to stir them because I don't want repeats of pile 1. In pile 1, I could see multiple names spelled out. I didn't mention them, but I could see multiple names. So again, I'm gonna get quite a few so that we're looking for initials and full names. For some reason, I feel like the first thing I saw was Faith. And I'm not sure if there's a T in there because I don't see it. But the first word that I saw, you know how on social media sometimes there's like that word thing and they say the first 3 words you see are the theme of your year. The first thing I saw was Faith. So have faith in this, or maybe your name is Faith. We have C, E, J, JJ. If you have been around for a while, a lot of the time I get JJ in the initials. C, I, U, N, C, T. Ooh, can you see it? I see something there. I see a bad word. V, X. The movie Family Stone could be symbolic. A, N, A, Anna or Anna could be symbolic. Didn't I mention let it go in this reading? L, N, F, Q. I don't know why Spirit's telling me to get more. I'll see what happens when we're done. Q, L, I, F, M, H, Z or Z, depending on where you live, F, V, A, V, I'm hearing to have and to hold, V, H, S, E, U, Q. For some reason, I'm going to let you screenshot that. But for some reason, Spirit's getting me to get a couple more letters. And I trust my guides. It took me a long time to trust them, but I trust them now. I just heard, I believe. ZZ or ZZ, K, Z, another Z. R, R, K, B, O, Y, C. So I'm not sure why I had to get those, but there you go. Take it as it resonates. Whoa! An O came falling down. Office space or the office could be symbolic. I just heard those 2 things. And now I'm going to get some charms, and I will say if I get a download about what it means, I'll say it. If I don't, I encourage you to look up what these symbolize spiritually. So I have to stir them again. Look at that. We have, this is in progress, is what I'm hearing. And I also feel like their heart feels kind of empty without you. You could feel like this person was your other half, is your other half. We have Alice in Wonderland, which is such an interesting energy because it's like I'm hearing down the rabbit hole. However that resonates to you. It reminds me of like spirituality and giving into spirituality. This person may be like halfway to trusting their heart with this half full heart. Maybe this person could only give you half of their heart for some of the reasons I mentioned. We have the star, so Aquarius energy, hope, faith for brighter days ahead. We have the potion, love potion. So this person may feel like you put a spell on them. We have the acorn, which is the potential for something stable. It's about a new beginning. Like maybe this person, if they're married, for example, maybe they already have a tree, and to be with you, they would have to like chop down that tree and plant an acorn and start over. That can be intimidating for some people. We have the turtle, so this person could be very slow moving. You could have past lives together, I'm hearing. We also have the lollipop with the swirl, so you could have triggered some of this person's cycles or patterns, unhealthy patterns. We have the 2 hearts. Do you long to be interlinked is what I'm hearing. We have the ship's wheel. So both of you are in control of your own destiny is what I'm hearing. It's also giving Wheel of Fortune energy. Look at all these starfish. What the heck? So we have 3 starfish here. So for some of you, third-party interference could have been a thing. They could have thought that because they felt something for you so quickly, maybe they thought it was just lust, or, you know, again, maybe they thought it was just lust. It wasn't. The starfish is also symbolic. For some reason, I feel like taking that third one over here. But it's also symbolic of healing. We have the hummingbird. Look up spiritually what a hummingbird means. I can't think of what a hummingbird means right now. I just think of the nectar. So this person could be very drawn to your energy. We have the violin. I just heard Cry Me a River. You know when somebody's like telling a sob story, or I don't, like when someone's complaining or like playing the victim, it's like you can almost hear violins. That's what I'm hearing. Maybe your person had, whoa, maybe your person had a bit of victim mentality. Maybe you do. Look at that. We have the white star and the black star. So you could be divine feminine, divine masculine. We have another turtle. So we have two turtles here. Maybe you're very different. And we have the flamingo. Wait, that's not a flamingo. That's not a flamingo. That is a heron or a crane. Whoops. A heron or a crane or an egret. I don't know for sure what that is, but it's a heron, a crane, or an egret. So egret, however you say it. So take that as it resonates. Actually, Spirit's telling me something. So I picked up this deck to show you, and look at what came off the bottom, or the top of the deck, retreat. So it does feel like there's some, and knowledge, Page of Swords energy. So there's some sort of retreat here so that the two of you can learn about yourselves. Where is that egret? Egret. Foggy Bay. Patience. Is this the right one? Yes, it's about the egret. Have patience. Wait until the fog lifts before taking action. The truth will emerge in time. The truth. Discovering the truth. You just need to go deeper. Follow your intuition. And it's also a message for you to have patience. It's 18, divine feminine energy. It came out for a reason. So I'm going to leave this really long, complicated reading here. But I'm sending you lots of love and light, my friend. And I will talk to you soon. Bye. Hello, Pile 3, and welcome to your reading. If you chose Pile 3 and the Winter Pastures Tarot and this Labradorite crystal, this is going to be your reading all about how your person is currently feeling about you. So if you didn't listen to the intro, you might want to listen to the intro because I describe how this reading works. But summary, you're going to be on this side, your person's going to be on this side. In the middle will be the connecting energy. And if you're not resonating with that energy, then it's probably not your reading. And after we get through the energy check, why am I out of breath? I am going to, my throat's also closing over. So there's a few things, after we do the energy check, I'm going to get to the tarot. I'm only going to pull a few tarot cards to see how they're feeling about you, and then I'm going to look at their actions towards you or continued action. But yeah, let's get into it. So there's a couple things that I'm getting right away from this. First of all, very oddly, I was hearing, I don't even know if I want to mention this, but I'm going to mention it. I was hearing the song Sandwiches. It's either by Raffi or Fred Penner. And it's sandwiches are beautiful, sandwiches are fine. I like sandwiches. I eat them all the time. And I have no idea why I'm hearing that. No idea. That's an interesting one. Some of the things that I'm hearing, you can hear my throat is completely closing over. And I don't feel like that's a coincidence. I don't feel like it's a coincidence that you chose the blue deck and the blue crystal, because this pile feels like you are talking to this person. And this is the only pile that has felt like that to me. There is a deeper, there's more going on here than just talking though. For some of you, you might not be talking to this person yet, but you're leaving the door open for communication is what I'm hearing, or you're manifesting communication. And if that's you, then you might want to listen to this reading. I'm also feeling called to the fact, and I'll explain these cards in a minute. We have the Star, Mystery, and Communication, and they're all blue. And this is, I didn't do this for pile 1, but I did it for pile 2. I kept the bottom of the deck energy, and it's all blue. So maybe you're even wearing blue today, or there's something like blue in your eyesight. And you can hear my throat. It wasn't doing this in the other piles. So communication is definitely happening, or is about to happen, or you're leaving the door open for communication. Maybe you communicated some sort of truth with this person, and now you're waiting to hear back from them. Or like I said, maybe you're leaving the door open or manifesting communication. But we'll get into it. I do get a lot of energy from shuffling the cards. So I'm going to wait to shuffle the cards until we go through the energy check. I'm going to put your crystal back here. I don't know why I was hearing the sandwiches song. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to talk about what that could mean. So sandwiches, like two things coming together. So I was seeing you and your person coming together, making a sandwich, maybe literally. I was also hearing that maybe someone, either you or your person, really likes sandwiches. And I know that's a weird message. Like trust me, it's weird for me to hear it. And the other thing I was hearing is maybe one, or maybe you or your person or both of you could be like a picky eater. And what I mean by that is maybe somebody here is neurodivergent and likes to eat safe food, because sandwiches, like, it's making me think of, I'm hearing cereal and sandwiches, but anyway. And now I'm hearing the cereal and milk song. If you don't know it, you should look it up. It's quite catchy. It's like cereal and milk, cereal and milk, cereal and milk, milk and cereal, cereal and milk. I feel like the fact that I'm vocal stimming right now, someone here could be autistic because I'm vocal stimming off the cereal and milk song. Anyway, neurodivergent people, specifically autistic people, can be very picky about textures and things like that. So I was thinking of my son, who is autistic, and sandwiches are his safe food. It's like he could eat sandwiches for breakfast, lunch, and dinner and be happy. The other thing I was hearing is people with ADHD sometimes have a hard time with tasks like cooking. So that could be another synchronicity. I know that's a weird one. That might be the weirdest download I've ever gotten in my life. But anyway, where am I going to put this tarot deck? I need to put it somewhere. I'm going to put it over here. What is that about? I need to look something up before I get into your energy. We have Earth, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. Again, I will get into your energy in a minute. So, in hiding, the raccoon. So for some of you, this may not have happened yet. This communication may not have happened yet, but it's coming. For others of you, if you are communicating with this person, I feel like this person has been very slow to communicate, or is slow to respond, or they're holding back. You feel like they're holding back from you, even though you're in communication. So if that sounds like it's resonating for you, then you might want to listen to this energy check. So we're going to get your energy, the connecting energy, and then their energy. You will be on the left, although maybe you're resonating with the right side. That's okay. I just set the intention that the viewer would be on the left and your person would be on the right. So this is describing current energy. So if you're not resonating with the current energy, then it's not your reading. So, my friend, I'm also taking a lot of deep breaths. So it could be that this has been a very overwhelming situation, Or it could be that you've been on a very long journey with this person. Maybe it took a while for communication to come in. Or your person is going through a lot in their life. They have a lot of burdens. So if you are talking to them, maybe they're having a hard time keeping up with communication with you because they have a lot of other responsibilities weighing them down. But let's get into it. Nope, that's not right at all. Well, sneak peek, your person is the oyster. My mistake. So, your person is the oyster. But back to you. We have the lion, so you could be a fire sign. I am going to lay out all the cards and try not to talk about them all until they're all on the table. That could be symbolic, like maybe this person hasn't put all their cards on the table, or maybe you haven't put all your cards on the table yet. Maybe you've put all your cards on the table and you're waiting for communication from them. My throat. So we have the lion, and the first thing I'm hearing is patience. So you're being patient and you're open. I'll get back to it. I'm not supposed to be describing cards yet. We have answering the call, the time is now. And that's kind of what made me think that for some of you, this communication, like you're already in communication with this person, answering the call. And if we go back to this card, which was on the bottom of the deck, we have communication. So again, it feels like you've already been in communication with this person, or you are communicating with this person, whatever your history. But I am getting the energy that your person is kind of holding back from you, or you feel like there's things they're not saying, or maybe they're communicating with you, but they're not opening up to you emotionally. And I'm not sure how you feel about that, but we'll get into it. We have the clover, which is earth energy. So maybe you're feeling, the initial thought of the clover is you feel lucky. So maybe you feel lucky that you've heard from this person, or you feel grateful that you've heard from this person. Or you could feel like, this will happen in divine timing, or you're believing in your own luck is what I'm hearing. So we have fire and earth on your side, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. And just a reminder that this is not just about your sun sign. It can be about your other placements. So if you know your other placements, they may be fire or earth. Or if you know your person's placements, they may be fire and earth. And if they're not, it doesn't mean this isn't your reading. That's just meant for confirmation. So for your person's energy, spoiler alert, we have the oyster, but you already knew that, didn't you? So the oyster is an energy of someone holding back, someone who withdraws. So this person, they may be getting ready to open up to you communication-wise, or you're already communicating, but you feel like they're holding back emotionally. It's a water card. So it feels like they're holding their emotions in. And I'm going to get to all of this energy in a minute. We have joy and delight. Open your heart to joy. And this card, I don't know what this card says. I haven't looked in the book, but oh my gosh, my throat. But I just saw 11:01 on the timer, 111. So that has to do with intuition. And I feel like this person's intuition is telling them to open up to you, or maybe they're getting ready to open up to you in a more meaningful and emotional way, no matter what your situation. And then we have the garden. And there's something very important about this card, which I will get to. This is air energy, so Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. And no, I'm going to go back to it. I'm getting ahead of myself. So for connecting energy, I did take an animal card for connecting energy for you. I didn't for pile one. So if you're coming from pile one, I'm sorry. It doesn't mean I don't love you. I was called to get an animal card for connecting energy for pile two. It happened accidentally. And for you, I did it on purpose. So again, if you're coming from pile one, it doesn't mean I love you any less. So we have allowance, and 9 is a very, I wanted to say independent. So I feel like maybe you're talking to this person, but you're still kind of remaining in your own independent energies. Or if you're not talking to this person, you know, that's symbolic of you both being on your own independent journeys right now. But I keep getting the energy that you're allowing for whatever happens to happen, or you're leaving space for this person to come back in if they want to, or you're allowing things to unfold naturally. I feel like this person is allowing themselves, or going to be allowing themselves, to open up to you more fully in the future. The frequency of allowance invites us to be open with whatever comes our way, without judgment. And look, your person has the Garden 20 judgment. So maybe this person like is afraid you're judging them, or afraid you will judge them if they do open up to you. Without judgment, without opinion, without fear, without resistance. When we allow, the universe becomes our partner in the wondrous dance of existence and expansion. And that's why whenever somebody is in my comment section saying that they're allowing for whatever needs to unfold, and they're leaving space for this person, they're not waiting for this person, but they're leaving space for them, they're leaving that door open, I'm always like, I love your energy, because that type of energy allows for expansion. So that's beautiful. And again, I'm going to stop. I don't know how much I'll talk about if you're talking to this person or not. You'll know your situation and how it's resonating. And then we have harmony. Opportunities, luck, flow, beneficial, reward, synchronicity, good vibes, ease, positivity, supportive, expansive, overindulgent, complacent. So with the overindulgent and complacent energy, I was just hearing like maybe you want more communication from this person, right? If you are communicating with them, maybe you're wanting more communication and spirits, but you're trying to allow things to unfold naturally. But harmony is beautiful. This is a beautiful spread, whatever your situation is. I was quite excited when these cards came out. And we have the Tiger, which is divine feminine energy. So divine feminine energy is the energy of allowing what needs to happen. It's, you know, both of you, this is connecting energy. So both of you trusting in your own intuition, following your higher self. Let me see if there's anything else on the Tiger that I want to mention. That's fire energy, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. So for some of you, there could be movement. It talks about ease. So allowing things to happen, feminine energy. The Tiger fears nothing. So there's nothing to be afraid of here, is what I'm hearing. So if any part of you is overthinking how this person is holding back from you, or you're overthinking, will this person ever communicate? Spirit's saying, there's nothing to fear here. If sometimes this person is quiet or they go dark on you, there's nothing to fear. Like I said, I feel like this person is having a hard time opening up emotionally. And it could be because they have like a blocked throat chakra or a blocked heart chakra. It could be that they have other things going on in their life that you don't know about. Passionate, strong, sensual when in balance, when out of balance, overstimulated. And that's interesting because when I started talking about sandwiches, I started vocal stimming. I started talking about being autistic, and autistic people get overstimulated. So like maybe this person gets overstimulated by conversation, for example, or they get overstimulated by whatever it is. Sensuality, receptivity, devotion. Spend some time in silence this evening, drinking in the potent calm. There is nothing to fear in the stillness except the awakening of your own power. So for some of you, maybe things are quite still. Maybe you haven't heard from this person yet, right? But you're allowing what needs to happen to unfold naturally. And again, it feels like you're open to communication. I wouldn't be surprised if you're not talking to this person, if the last communication you had with them, you said, like, if this is something, I'm hearing the song 1111 by the Arkells. If this is something that you ever want, I'm all ears. So I wouldn't be surprised if the last point of communication, maybe you said, like, if you're not talking to this person, maybe you said to them, if you ever want to talk, I'm here. Or if this is something that you ever want, I'm open to talking about it. And again, for some of you, I feel like you are talking to this person. I'm hearing preparing for union. But maybe it's still not where you want it to be. Whoever this is, I don't feel like they're fully opening up with you emotionally. And maybe that's why if you're with them, you're watching a tarot reading about how they feel. Because I don't feel like this person is being open with you about how they feel about you. I don't feel like they're getting there. They're getting there is what I'm hearing. So let's get into the energy. So we're going to start on your side. Well, no, I'm going to start with Well, I already described the connecting energy. I don't need to describe it again. So we'll focus on you for a minute. And maybe that's what you're doing right now, is trying to focus on you, trying not to overthink this connection. With the Lion, you could be someone who is trying to learn how to trust in divine timing, and maybe you're starting to master it. With the Lion, one of the things I was hearing is you could be very intimidating. And it's not because you look scary, but there could be something intimidating about your energy, or you could just be misunderstood. The lions can be intimidating, right? And it makes me think of, I always used to get told that I was intimidating. And inside, I didn't feel like I was intimidating, but there was something about my energy that was intimidating to people. Sometimes people who are very quiet can be intimidating. And I think it's interesting because I do feel like your person is being quiet, and maybe that's intimidating you, even though you may be someone who's actually quite quiet. I love your energy because the Lion, you're my people. The Lion is about spiritual and personal transformation. So whoever you are, you've been through spiritual and personal transformation. And you could be someone who's, very focused on their healing journey, or your healing journey is very important to you. Your spirituality is important to you. You could have, part of what makes you intimidating is you could have blonde hair, or like, I'm just thinking of the lion's mane. So you could have like similar to my hair, you could have that hair colored. If you don't, it doesn't matter. Just side note for somebody. But when you are someone who's transforming and you're healing, it can intimidate others. And it has nothing to do with the way you look or the way you talk. It has to do with your energy. So anyone whose energy is closed off to healing or intimidated by healing, even subconsciously, could be intimidated just by being in your presence, because I feel like maybe you trigger people to heal. But let's get to the Lion. Fire energy. Patient, regal, a complete master. When in balance, the epitome of strength and peace. When out of balance, withdrawn, too serious. So, for example, like if this person is not opening up to you, you may be feeling like it may trigger you, and you may feel like pulling back your energy, or you may be overthinking it, or thinking that it has to do with you. And I don't think it has to do with you at all, or how they feel about you. I think it has to do with them and their own ability to open up emotionally, or they have something going on in their life where they can't fully open up to you. To bring into balance daily meditation and friendship. That's interesting because with the 9, I was hearing if you are talking to this person, I don't know if you are like saying, I don't think you and this person are like, let's be together. We're in a committed relationship. Let's be partner and partner, or boyfriend and girlfriend, or boyfriend and boyfriend, or girlfriend and girlfriend. It feels like maybe maybe you are trying to build a friendship first for some of you. Like if you're talking to this person, you may be in the friend stage. Or like if you're reconnecting, this could be someone who, or you, has said like, well, let's be friends and see if we can find balance. So that's an energy that's coming through. The lion is the master of self-element. The lion is a master of the fire element and a living mascot of self-transformation. That's you, self-transformation. A lion personality dedicates their life to personal and spiritual growth. This dedication inspires some and intimidates others. Therefore, the lion is respected by all, but known intimately by few. So maybe you're someone who doesn't have you don't let a lot of people into your energy. That kind of falls in line with this tiger. Like a tiger doesn't go to places or chase after prey that it knows it can't catch or won't serve its highest good. It just doesn't waste its time with that energy. The other thing I was hearing is if you are someone who's been through personal transformation and growth, you could be someone who no longer likes talking about surface level things. You don't like chit chat. You like to talk about deep things. You like to talk about healing. And that's why you only let a select few people into your energy, because you're not looking for quantity. You're looking for quality, is what I'm hearing. Some mistake the lion as hard to access or aloof, but those with a keener eye know better. Lions are observant, stealth, and precise in their words and actions. They do not waste energy or resources. I didn't even read that before I said that, but anyway. This card reminds us that self-mastery is available to all, no matter where our quest begins. So you could also be someone who, like, maybe you found out you were neurodivergent later in life, and you went through that unmasking process where you started to realize you weren't broken. There was nothing wrong with you. It was society telling you that there was something wrong with you, that you're just different. The other thing I was hearing is you could be older. So you could have started your awakening or your healing journey later on in life. So take those messages as they resonate. But there's a patience to this lion, right? This lion is staring over at this oyster, and the oyster, I do feel like whoever this is, they're holding back from you if you're talking to them. And if you're not talking to them, it's because they're in oyster energy. So then you have the clover. And the clover is an energy of luck. Let me just look at the clover. I'm currently studying the Lenormand deck. And I was kind of waiting to start using it. And then my guides were like, you can start using it before you know everything. It does a lucky period filled with promising opportunities and happy coincidences. So maybe you randomly like ran into this person and you started talking again. You could be in like a very positive mindset. I'm hearing lucky girl syndrome, where it's like, how lucky can I be today? So maybe you are experiencing, if you're someone who's on the growth of spiritual and personal evolution, it's possible that you're receiving a lot of good karma right now. So maybe there's good things happening in your life, or there's happy coincidences happening in your life. I do feel like whoever you are and whoever your person is, you are getting signs and synchronicities based on this harmony card that you're on the right path, but maybe your mind starts to overthink it and question it because it feels like this person isn't opening up to you emotionally. It also talks about how you could be feeling like you need to act quickly on this, or like you need to grab the bull by the horns or take control of this situation. And there is an energy of just be patient and allow things to unfold naturally with this. So now we're at answering the call. And I think it's interesting how there's a stag on the outside of that door. Because like I said, for me, I was hearing that you've either recently opened the door or reopened the door to this connection, or this person has called you and you've answered them, or you've replied to them through text. For some of you, this could only be through text right now. Or for others of you, you're leaving the door open for if this person wants to return. And again, you're not waiting for them. You're focusing on your own personal evolution and spirituality, but you're holding space for this person, is what I'm hearing. So let's read your, that's not the right book. Let's read Answering the Call. I'm wondering how long this reading will be, because this seems more straightforward than the other piles, if I'm being honest, but whatever. You've been called. So for some of you, this person has already called you or reached out to you. For others of you, you could be answering, it says you've answered the call. So for some of you, maybe the call that you're answering is the call of your higher self. Like maybe your higher self called for you to transform and, you know, awaken to spirituality. You're answering that call. For others of you, this could be about your soul's calling. So you could be answering the call of your soul's mission right now. So maybe you're actively working towards like writing a book or creating an oracle deck or starting your own channel, or maybe you've already done it, right? I just wanted to mention that before we move on. You've been called. The sacred journey always starts with a call. You might feel ready or you might feel uncertain and not willing. So for some of you, maybe this person called you, but until they open up to you and tell you how they feel, maybe you're unsure about investing in it or hearing them out. It's going to resonate differently because this is a general reading. And again, this reading is about your person's feelings for you. This is an energy check for you. So I'm looking at this card as having to do with your person, but I'm also getting downloads about specific situations, which is why I'm mentioning it. But when you receive the call, you must respond. If you've been waiting for your life to turn out, the waiting is over. So if you've been waiting to hear from this person, the wait is about to be over. Your true and authentic life is happening. So I feel like you're living in a more authentic version of yourself because you have done that personal growth. And I mentioned being autistic and unmasking, which is all about living as your authentic autistic self. If you've been hoping for a sign, this is it. Like, this is your sign. Right now, you've been called and a gateway is opening for communication. So a gateway is opening for communication. So whatever your guides are telling you, whatever your intuition is telling you, is correct in this sense. The energy of courage surrounds you. You may not know what the future brings, but you do know that now, oh my gosh, why can't I read? Because I'm dyslexic. You may not know what the future brings, but you do know that it is now time to act and go forward. I am actually dyslexic. I'm not just making light of people who are dyslexic. I'm actually dyslexic. Dyslexic. You know how I was misdiagnosed with OCD, and it used to really bug me when people would be like, oh, I'm so OCD about that, when they weren't OCD. It's kind of invalidating for someone with OCD. So I'm not sure why I mentioned that, but I just felt like maybe there was some dyslexic person that thought, I don't know, I actually am dyslexic. The sacred traveler wants you to know, Spirit is trying to get your attention. Right now, your spirit helpers are telling you that this is your time. What song is that? This is our time. This is our time. Do 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 do. This is our time. Oh my gosh, I feel like that's symbolic. I don't know who sings that. I can't see it in my head. This is our time. Look that song up. This is our time. That's the title of it. I'm certain of it. And I think it's about two people. Like, this is our time to be together. This is our time to work things out. Anyway, listen with your heart. Your time is now. Do it now. Throw your shoulders back, take a deep breath, and plunge forward. The waiting is over. No matter what concerns or hesitations you might have, in the deepest sense, you are ready. Believe, trust, follow the signs. There will be many, and miracles will abound. And I'm getting like chills as I'm reading that. So again, maybe this person is holding back from you and it's making you hesitate. But Spirit's saying that beautiful things are about to unfold in this situation if you just allow it. That's a song too. I just can't think of what it is. I'm getting like a kid's movie with that. Anyway, take it as it resonates, my friend. That is your energy. So if that feels like you, then congratulations, you found your reading. So let's get to your person. Your person. Oh, Clover. One thing I wanted to mention is that you could be worried because this person, like if you're talking to them, for example, and they're not really giving you much, you could be worried that they're going to disappear again. Or maybe they've pulled back their energy a little if you were reconnecting or talking, and maybe you're worried that it's going to be like, maybe you're worried that whatever they're giving you now is going to be short-lived. And I'm not surprised you feel that way because of what your person is giving you. So the oyster. I do feel like this could be someone who's an avoidant or someone who pulls their energy back when they're overwhelmed or overstimulated or worn out with their life or they have things going on. This could be someone who doesn't know how to ask for help, who doesn't know how to open up to people. And again, that doesn't make them a bad person. All of those things, all of the ways we act come from somewhere. They come from wounding, they come from our childhood, they come from past lives, from generational trauma, from neurodivergencies. But I do feel like your person has a tendency to shut themselves away. And, you know, just for example, if you don't understand what that means, like if you had a happy childhood, which I don't know if you did because you're the lion, personal transformation. But I can see your person being someone who, when they had a problem, they maybe got punished for having feelings. Like maybe their parents told them, stop crying, like stop your crying. I'm hearing you'll be in my heart. Oh, stop your crying. It'll be all right. You'll be in my heart by Phil Collins. So your person could have grown up in a household where they got punished for having feelings, or they were told to suck it up, or maybe they viewed their parents in that way. Like maybe they watched their parents, instead of dealing with their emotions and opening up to people, maybe their parents were very private, very closed off, very withdrawn from giving this oyster person energy. So that's one thing I was hearing for your person. There is something beautiful growing within this oyster person, and they're getting ready to like shine their light or to open up to you, but it feels like it's developing. And maybe that's irritating you because I'm hearing the pearl comes from irritation. So maybe this is irritating you, but something beautiful is coming, you know, a pearl. That almost reminds me of a pearl, that window right there on the Harmony card. So let's just get into your person's energy, a little water energy. So again, this person could have a hard time opening up to people. Patient. So you're both in the energy of patience and allowance, which means your person's not pushing it and you're not pushing it. And again, maybe you're waiting for your person to step up more. Maybe they're waiting for you to step up more. I don't know. But it feels like this situation needs patience, whatever the situation is. It also says secret keeper. So maybe this person has, like, maybe you don't know that they're autistic. Maybe you don't know. I'm not saying they're autistic. But maybe there's something they're keeping from you. Maybe there's some sort of turmoil in their life, or maybe they have childhood trauma and they've never opened up about their childhood, or maybe they're neurodivergent and they don't know, or maybe they do know and they haven't told you. Because some people, you know, People can judge you for things like that. We live in a very judgmental world, and some people are afraid to say, I'm autistic or I have ADHD. I was watching Love is Blind recently. Maybe it was Love is Blind. I don't even know anymore. And there was somebody that had ADHD and they didn't want to open up about it in the pods. They kept that a secret. And then once they were out of the pods, that's when they opened up like, oh, actually, I do have ADHD or I do have OCD, but I didn't want that to affect the way you viewed me. So maybe this person has been judged unfairly in their life, is what I'm hearing. Anyway, when in balance, feels blessed, which is interesting because we have joy and delight. Feels blessed, generous. So when this person is in light or when they're in harmony with themselves, I do feel like they're going to be quite generous with their time and energy. But right now, it does not feel like that. And I'm going to get to it. With this card, there's an energy of this person is giving you surface level communication if they're even talking to you at all. And I feel like you're the type of person who doesn't want surface level communication. You want deep chats. I already said it. You want to talk about things. You want to open up. You don't want surface level chit chat. You want deep, meaningful relationships, right? And I feel like right now this person, again, is giving you superficial communication. So they're really holding back from you right now if you are talking to them. Anyway, when out of balance, reluctant, gripping, clams up. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. This person is like hesitant to open up to you or hesitant to open up emotionally. And again, that can stem from so many things. I already mentioned some of them. To bring into balance, share something. So in order for them to bring this connection into balance, they need to either start opening up with you and being honest about how they feel and being honest about what they're going through in their life or what they went through as a child or whatever they have going on with them. Or if they're not talking to you, they need to communicate with you. I do feel like if they're not talking to you, they have communication on the mind. So they're trying to figure out what to say to you. The focus and the determination of the oyster is unmatched. Anything an oyster personality puts their mind to, they achieve with grace and charm. The only problem is oyster types often take their gifts for granted. So this person could maybe not have faith in themselves right now. They become shy or doubtful, and this can lead to withdrawing or protecting their deepest desires and life's work. So again, maybe this person is going through something in their life that they're hesitant to open up to you about because maybe they fear you're going to judge them. We do have 20 here, the garden, which 20 is judgment energy. And I talked about how we live in a very judgmental world. So maybe in the past, other people have judged them for who they really are or for some of the things that they need to open up to you about. When the oyster card appears, it's important to reveal your inner treasures. What is it that you've been hesitant to share? The world is waiting to see. So this person does know that they need to open up to you, whether or not you're talking to them or not. So that is the oyster. Now, the garden. The garden is air energy. So this person could, again, their mental thoughts or their fear could be getting in the way. But we do have a peacock here. So the month of April could be symbolic or it's renewal energy. I'm getting a lot of energy from this card. So there is renewal energy here, so that they want to renew things with you or you're working towards a renewal. If I look very closely, there is a peacock over here hiding behind a bush, and then there's a peacock here flaunting its feathers. I just heard shake your tail feathers. And what I'm hearing is that I'm also seeing the fact that there's a curtain here that's being opened. So it does feel like this person needs to open up to you or reveal something to you that they're going through that's keeping them from not talking to you or not talking to you as much as they want to. But what I'm getting with these two images is that you could be someone who's quite confident. You're being your authentic self. And when we get used to being our authentic selves, we can appear quite confident. So maybe this person sees you as this beautiful peacock who's like flaunting your feathers, and I need to look up what the peacock means actually, now that I'm thinking about it. And I feel like they're almost afraid to show you their feathers. This could also be, somebody recently said that when a divine masculine comes in, they come in peacock energy, like wanting to strut their stuff or show you what they've learned. So maybe you're dealing with a divine masculine who's not quite in that emperor energy yet. I just feel really called to look at the peacock. There you are. Peacock, inner beauty, compassion, assimilator of anything. The peacock type is extremely rare. Not many, that's what I was hearing. So I feel like they're seeing you as this peacock. The peacock type is extremely rare. Not many of us have reached this advanced level of acceptance of the self and others. And I feel like that's you. You could be someone who, with this veil here being tied back, you could be someone who shows compassion to everyone. Like, I talk about it, how that's kind of the energy that when you awaken and you heal, you get into. It's the energy that I'm living in. It's why I'm always saying there's no judgment here. And I've learned to stop judging people because we don't know what they went through in their life. So I feel like this person sees you as someone, who doesn't judge others, but I think that they're afraid you're going to judge them. I also feel like they feel like you're extremely rare because, like I said, it feels like you're in this energy of authenticity. And it's very rare for people to reach that level of acceptance of self. And I feel like your person is getting there, but they're not there yet. And maybe the fact that you're there intimidates them, right? Anyway, that's what we have for that. Now, there was a line, I'm not going to read the whole card, but this garden, there is something that just screamed at me about your person. What is it? So it does talk about, it talks about like texting or online communication. So if you are talking to this person, it feels like it's mostly done through text or online somehow, or over the internet, through Messenger, I don't even know what WhatsApp is. WhatsApp. I don't even know what that is. Or Snapchat. Don't know what that is. I'm living under a rock over here. But I was hearing those things, maybe on Instagram. It also talks about shortcomings because of excessive preoccupation with external things. So if this person isn't showing up for you in the right way or at all, it's because there's external things happening in their world that they're focusing on. The other thing, pleasant, informal communication. Pleasant, informal. And that's exactly what I meant by surface level. So it feels like if you are talking to this person, they're being pleasant with you, but they're not opening up. They're not giving you the goods, the good stuff. Give me the good stuff, And if they are, when they communicate with you, if you're not talking to them, I feel like it's going to come in very surface level. It's going to be like, hey, how are you? I was thinking about you the other day, or how's work, or how are your kids, or I saw your mom the other day and it made me think of you, like very surface level. What's your favorite color? I actually love, one of my love languages. As an autistic person, I ask some surface level questions like that because one of my love languages is details about people. So like, I eat that up. I want to know your favorite color. I want to know your favorite animal. I want to know your favorite song. I want to know your favorite movie. But anyway. And so that's your person's energy. It's also an energy of judgment, like I said. So maybe they're going through an awakening right now. They want to resurrect something with you here, is what I'm hearing. They're also, again, that they're afraid. I feel like your person has been judged before, or they're afraid you're going to judge them if they open up to you. Now, I did not look at this card. Open your heart to joy. Also, on the bottom of the deck, we have Voyage of the Heart. Love flows through you and to you, and this would be connecting energy. So Voyage of the Heart could be symbolic. You do not need to suffer to grow. So this person may feel like they're going through all this suffering in their life and they need to hold it in, but Spirit's telling them you don't need to be in perfect energy to realign with pile 3 or to communicate with pile 3. You just need to show up. You do not need to suffer to grow. You can grow leaps and bounds through joy. True happiness comes from following the dictates of your soul. Do what gives you joy. Celebrate and have fun. Stop and embrace life, yourself, and others. So they want to embrace you. Take steps to expand your joy. You don't need to do it all at once, but you do need to start. And that's what I'm getting with your person. Like maybe your person is someone who knows they want to talk to you, but they have no idea what to say. And their intuition is guiding them. Just say something. And now I'm hearing Say Something. That song, I don't know who sings it. Say something, I'm giving up on you. Say something. Say something. Your purpose in life is to experience joy. Allow joy and ecstasy to flow through you wildly and freely. Share your love. So there's this energy of sharing with you. They're being called to share with you if they're not already. And if you're watching this and everything's great and this person is opening up and sharing, then maybe say that in the comment section to give the people who are waiting for this person to open up and share with them a little bit of hope that it will happen. Happiness spreads to others like wildfire and can help heal the world. The sacred traveler wants you to know that it's not just about reaching the destination, it's about the joy of the journey. The traveler stops periodically to savor the simple pleasures of the voyage. If you don't follow your bliss now, when will you? If you've been waiting until circumstances are different, I'm looking at you, oyster. Like maybe this person is like, well, when my job improves, maybe I'll open up more. When I have more finances, maybe I'll contact pile 3. Or when I've learned more about myself, maybe I'll open up more. Just do it. If you've been waiting until circumstances are different before you experience true happiness, you may have a long wait. It's simple. When you focus on the areas of your life that bring you joy, pile 3 brings the oyster joy, these areas will prosper. And that's what we have here. Like this person needs to allow themselves to open up and it will be harmonious. And if this person is being still with you, you need to trust in the stillness. You need to trust that it's for a reason that, doesn't have anything to do with you, is what I'm hearing. One of the fastest paths to happiness is through sharing and giving. I love that. So give of your heart and follow your bliss. So their intuition is telling them to give to you, to open up to you. But again, this oyster is shy or doubtful. And hesitant and maybe fears judgment. So is keeping it very surface level. And like I said, if you haven't heard from this person, I feel like when they do first come in, it's going to be a little dry. Like their communication is going to feel a little dry. Anyway, so that's what we have for your person. How long did that take me? I've been curious. 51 minutes. So it's all of my readings. It took me around 50 minutes to do the energy check. But anyway. So again, let's talk about the bottom. We have the Star. So I believe this person will open up to you with this. This is emotion. This is also reconnection energy. It's also about keeping faith. And I do feel like your hope will be restored in this connection. We also have mystery. So Look at that. We have work. So, and emotions. That's insane. And that's what I was hearing for your person. So if your person has a bit of a mysterious energy to them, or they're holding back from you, it's because they're either going through something at work or they're having a hard time opening up emotionally. And we shouldn't villainize people for that, is what I'm hearing. And then again, on the bottom, we have communication. The frequency of communication supports our ability to exchange information in many different forms. It reminds us to run every piece of information, both incoming and outgoing, through our heart, the center of our truth, and stay in the flow of source and balanced exchange. And I'm not sure why I felt called to get bottom of the deck energy for you in pile 2, but I did. And I feel like that's symbolic of what's to come. So this person will start communicating more. This person could also be overanalyzing communication right now. Or like maybe they're trying to figure out the perfect thing to say to you and they don't know what that is, so they say nothing. Take all of those messages as they resonate. Let's get into your tarot. So interestingly enough, oh my gosh, what the heck? Interestingly enough, before I even did your energy check, that's so interesting. I chose this deck for pile 3, didn't look at the back of the decks, didn't even give it a thought. And look, we have the 4 of Pentacles, which is the energy of insecurity. It's the energy of like, maybe this person is very focused on work right now, and it's the energy of holding back. And we have the Queen of Swords. So if this person hasn't spoken to you, maybe they doubt or they're worried that you won't hear them out. Like maybe they're apprehensive about coming towards you. I do feel like this person, this is magic. I do feel like this person needs to open up to you. I was just talking about you could be in a very authentic version of yourself, which is so the Queen of Swords. The Queen of Swords is very authentic. There's lots of meanings to the Queen of Swords, but I'm hearing you're in a very authentic energy. You're being authentic. You're being open and honest, or you were open and honest about what you wanted here. But this person is holding back from you. It really checks out with your energy. And then we have the 7 of Pentacles. So, you know, this person could be waiting for the right time to communicate, or waiting for the right time to open up about whatever is going on with them. We have the 5 of Cups. So sadness, loss, depression, like maybe your person has mental health issues and maybe that's why they can't talk to you or they don't open up to you, because maybe they, you know, they're having mental health issues like depression. We have the Empress. So you. It's also, this is about their feelings for you. Divine Feminine. So this person is, you know, seeing you as the Empress. So maybe no one compares to your energy. It's also a reminder, feminine energy, that this person is trying to allow this to unfold naturally. And maybe you're allowing it too. Like maybe you've told this person, I'll give you, like if you need time, I'll give you time. We have the 8 of Pentacles. So I do feel like this is moving towards commitment or something more solid. I do feel like your person wants to commit to this. But let's just see what comes out for their feelings. So I'm just going to get a few of these for feelings. The Moon. Fear. Uncertainty. Holding back, right? That's, yeah. Plus Divine Feminine energy. Talking to the Moon. That's a song, isn't it? I just heard that. Talking to the Moon. And we have the World. So there could be distance between you, or maybe they're just communicating with you online right now. But anyway, so this person clearly feels an intuitive connection with you, but there's a fear about opening up towards you right now. And this person could feel uncertain about how you're going to receive them. They could just be uncertain, like they could be feeling insecure and uncertain about where this is going. So they're kind of holding back until they see where this is going. So again, the best thing you can do is keep doing what you're doing, which is just allow this to unfold naturally. Could be dealing with a Pisces or an earth sign, and we have water, air, earth, fire. Everybody's here. Everybody's here. So Spirit, how is this person feeling about pile 3? We have the Knight of Wands. So there is a bit of, that's a bit of inconsistency, right? So I do feel like this person needs to work up the courage to be more open with you and more honest with you with the Knight of Wands. I also feel like maybe they're a little bit intimidated by your energy because maybe you're very brave, maybe you're very outgoing, maybe you're a free spirit. For how they feel about you, they see you as someone very courageous and free-spirited. But this person could be like, maybe their avoidance or their runner energy is being triggered right now. There's definitely an energy of wanting, like working up the courage to communicate more or to just communicate with you. With the Knight of Pentacles, for how they feel about you, this shows someone who wants to take things slow and steady. And maybe the fact that we have the Knight of Wands, maybe in the past you told them like, I need more from you, or I need this to happen faster. And they want to take things slow. We have the Lovers. So Gemini energy, this could have been, they clearly feel a divine connection with you, a pull to your energy. And maybe they're feeling like they need to make a choice right now between, like maybe their choice, if you're not talking to them, their choice is, I need to stop running and invest and communicate with pile number 3. And if you are talking to this person, maybe the choice is that they know they need to give you more, is what I'm hearing. So let's see how they're feeling about you. We're going to get a few more. How are they feeling about you? We have 3 of Swords in reverse. So this person wants reconciliation. They want forgiveness. So maybe there's something they have to tell you or open up to you. Like, just let's say this person hurt you in the past and now you're reconnecting with them. It could be that this person has yet to apologize because maybe they don't have the confidence to apologize, or they're afraid to apologize, whatever it is. But they know they do need to apologize. In any case, this person does want commitment with you. 8 of Pentacles. They want reconciliation with you. I just want to look at the 3 of Swords. Even though I already know what it says. Healing, forgiveness, recovery, reconciliation. It also talks about repressing emotions. So this person may need to open up to you about a painful experience they've had in the past that's stopping them from coming towards you. If you're not talking to this person is still holding on to whatever happened in the past between you, and it's making them afraid to come towards you. And again, I don't think your person should be afraid of you because you seem like you're ready to open that door. You're ready to receive them. Forgiving one another and moving on after a painful separation. And I don't mean moving on like away from each other. I'm talking about reconciliation here. So this person does feel like there's potential of reconciliation here. Let's keep going for how they feel about you. 9 of Pentacles, peacock energy. I'm telling you for how they feel about you. Another 9. They're seeing you as someone who's very self-assured, very self-confident. You've worked on yourself. It's a little bit intimidating, right? And maybe they're feeling like you've been through a glow up. It's a very independent energy. So they're feeling like you're very focused on yourself right now. So I don't feel like you're pushing this person in any way, but if you are, maybe this is your advice, like to not push them, that they'll open up when they're ready to open up to you. We have the 5 of Cups here again. So this person does, you know, if you're not with this person, even if you are talking to them, I don't think you're with them. You're either in separation or you're just talking, like surface level talking. But this person feels regret about not seeing your worth, is what I'm hearing. This person could have hurt you in the past. But let's keep going. I'm just thinking about that peacock card though. I just feel like whoever you are and however this person hurt you, you have already made amends within your own soul about it. Like, I don't feel like you're holding it against this person. So like I said, if you are holding it against this person, maybe this is advice for you, or maybe this isn't your reading. Let's get 2 more. We have death for how they're feeling about you. So you've changed. And we have the devil in reverse and the 5 of swords in reverse. So there's 2 energies of reconciliation here, whoever you are. So this person, for how they're feeling about you, they do see that you've changed. There has been an ending here, but there's the potential of a rebirth. Again, maybe you've really transformed that lion, very transformative energy. Maybe you've really transformed since the 2 of you were together before. And when that happens, it's almost like getting to know someone from scratch. Like, it's getting to know each other all over again. And we have the devil in reverse. How interesting. So, for how they're feeling about you, they know they need to take control of the situation and be more open with you. They need to stop holding back. They need to stop being afraid, is what I'm hearing. You could be dealing with a Capricorn or a Scorpio. So it does say changes in relationships. So there's something, if you were with this person in the past, there's been some sort of change. Something feels different. And I don't think it's in a bad way. I just heard getting to know each other all over again. It does talk about reclaiming power and reclaiming control. So this person knows they need to step into their power here and open up to you. The other thing I'm hearing is that in the past, you could have been anxiously attached to this person, and they're looking at you like you're no longer doing that. So if in the past you were like trying to force the situation, they're seeing you as no longer being in that energy. You're no longer, you know, trying to force them. You're allowing for whatever needs to happen. You're being very patient, which is not a quality of someone who's anxiously attached, right? So maybe in the past, for some of you, not all of you, you could have been very anxiously attached to this person. But this person knows they need to surrender their fear here and open up to you and allow this happiness to come into their life with you. 5 of Swords in reverse, King of Cups, exactly. This person knows they need to make amends with you. They feel like they want to reconciliate with you, and they need to be more open with you with the King of Cups. They need to be more open about their emotions. They want to be. Again, as someone who's autistic, I've had moments, and someone with wounding, I've had moments where everything inside of me is screaming, communicate with that person, tell them how you feel, but something stops me, and it's such a frustrating experience. So I am sending love and light to your person. It's frustrating for you, of course, but it's also frustrating to feel that way, to want to open up, to want to love someone, but something energetically is stopping you. And sometimes you can't explain it. I'm lucky, you know, I feel blessed because through my awakening journey, I've become very self-aware, but for someone who's not self-aware, it can be very confusing and hard and challenging. So now we're going to look at, I'm going to get one more for how they feel about you. Spirit's telling me one more for feelings. We have the 8 of Cups in reverse. So this is someone who wants to open up to you more. This is someone who knows fulfillment isn't over there, and it's not over there, and it's not over there. It's with you. If this is someone who walked away from you, this person wants to come back. If this is someone who's avoiding you, they want to stop avoiding you. This is also someone who knows they're not giving you what you deserve if you are talking to them. They're aware of this with the 8 of Cups in reverse. that they're not giving you what you deserve. But again, you seem very patient about this. So I don't know, for some of you, I just heard maybe for some of you, you're refusing this person's offer. And if you are, I'd be surprised if you're still watching this. For some of you, this person may have tried to come back and you could have been like, nope, nope, not interested. And again, I don't judge people, but my question to you is, if you don't want this person, and we are 1 hour and 7 minutes into this reading, why are you watching it, right? Sending the universe mixed signals. All right, so let's see their action towards you, or continued action in the next, I can't put timing on it. If it comes out with some kind of timing from my guides, I'll mention it. But this is just future action or continued action. So future action towards you. We have the Two of Cups. See? Do you see? So in the future, this person is engaging in an honest and heartfelt conversation with you. Yes. We have Page of Wands. So this person will take action towards you if they haven't already. Or increased action, maybe a little bit of flirting thrown in this open and heartfelt conversation. Like they may open up to you emotionally, and then it's almost like a cork on a bottle being popped, or a blockage being removed. Like once they open up this heart space to you, it reignites that passion, and all of a sudden they're flirting with you. Like, I don't even think this is someone, if you're talking to them, I don't think they're flirting with you right now either. Anyway, I'm just reading this for you. I already know what this says. I'm just confirming it for you in case you don't. Like, I've memorized this book. Most of the time when I read from this book, again, it's to confirm it for you. I also like to teach tarot. I know nobody asked me to, but I like it. Open communication, harmony and open communication. And that's why we have harmony right here. That's why I said, if they haven't talked to you yet, they will. So harmony and communication, a special union that feels fulfilling and mutually beneficial. The Two of Cups is a sign to engage in open communication with loved ones. An open and honest, heartfelt, because it's cups, heartfelt conversation with you. The other meaning is starting a relationship. So if you are talking to this person right now and you're both kind of still independent and not together, because I don't think you're together, this person in the future will say, I want to be in a relationship with you. It's also talking about the deepening of a connection that they have with you. So this connection will deepen. Communication will increase. Let's get another one for actions. We have the Three of Cups, even better. Do you see? That's beautiful, because the Three of Cups in love, it does show this person, like if you're not talking to this person could come in wanting friendship at first, leading to a relationship. But it does show continued flow of energy here with the Two of Cups to the Three of Cups. Let's look at the Three of Cups. Didn't the Lion say to bring into balance friendship? And the oyster is to bring into balance, share something. So that's really nice. Three of Cups, friendship turning to romance. It's also about an energetic flow. You give, I give. I just heard you jump, I jump, right? Jack or Kate could be, no, not Kate. Jack or Rose could be symbolic, or maybe your person's a Leo, because I'm thinking of Leonardo DiCaprio. Maybe their name is Leonardo. Maybe yours is Kate. Take it as it resonates. But the Three of Cups is about two people, and I know it says Three of Cups, but Three of Cups between two people is like energetic flow. So it is about balance. It's about a mutually beneficial connection. So this person wants to give more and will give more in the future with their actions. And on the bottom, we have the King of Wands. So right now, if this person, Knight of Wands, is in runner energy or being inconsistent with you, like if you are talking, they're being inconsistent, in the future, they take control of the situation, which is magic because they know they need to take control of it. And in the future, their actions are taking control of it. Maybe even though they're afraid, they take control of the situation. So that's what we have for tarot. So let me get you, I'm just going to get a couple channeled messages for you, which should be interesting. I'm interested to see what channeled messages come out for your person. We're just going to get 5, and then I'm going to get charms and letters. It's not something that I've done in a long time, but I'm returning to my roots today. That's where I started. I started doing pick-a-card readings and using charms and letters. And today, that's what I felt like doing. So we have they are waiting for you. And that could be a message like their guides could be telling them, this lion is holding space for you. This lion is keeping the door open for you. All you have to do is reach out. Anyway. It's also symbolic that they are waiting for you. Like they know you're the one that they want. You're the one that I want. Grace could be symbolic. Sandy, Danny. Anyway. Channeled messages from your person. I just want you all the time. Even if there's something about communication here with the 8s, the 8 of Wands. It's also symbolic that even if they're not talking to you all the time, they want you all the time. They can't stop thinking about you. It's almost a little bit obsessive, if I'm being honest. 8-8 could be symbolic, so August 8th or the 8-8 portal. I imagine you naked. I don't need to explain that at all. We have you are wrong. And I feel like that is what your person fears, is judgment. Or like maybe they were... That's an interesting message coming out. You are wrong. So maybe if you're doubting this connection and doubting their intentions, they're saying you are wrong. I do want this. You know, I'm thinking of those people that have that very black and white thinking, like, if they wanted to talk to me, they would. If they wanted to talk to me more, they would. If they wanted to put in the effort, they would. And yes, in a perfect world, that sounds legit, but not in the case of someone like this or this type of situation. Again, I've been in that situation where I wanted to and I couldn't, you know, and I'm ready. So this person getting ready to take a leap of faith towards you. Whoa. Okay. This person. Maybe what I'm hearing with that's devil energy. It did come out in reverse, which, you know, let's take the sex away. Devil energy in reverse did come out for their feelings for you. But this person, like, maybe they can't control themselves around you. And maybe that's kind of why they're holding back. Because clearly this person has sexual feelings for you. I just dream and wish for everything. So that's that. And now we're going to get charms and letters. So first I'm going to get a tarot pin. I close my eyes. I'm not doing anything sneaky. I'm going to close my eyes and pick a tarot pin for you. So how is this person feeling about you? We have the Empress. How nice, because that came out in their feelings. So they do feel like you're this divine feminine. For a lot of you, they do feel like you're being patient with them. It's also an energy that you're not chasing. You're attracting this in. So they see you as someone who's not actively chasing them. And, you know, that shows that they know they need to be the ones to make the move towards you or to step it up, I'm hearing. So we're going to get initials, and I am going to get a lot of them. And it's meant to it's meant so that you want to see like your initials or their initials, or you want to see their whole name or your whole name. I'm going to get a few more. As soon as I put those out, Spirit was like, nope, you need more. So I know it looks like a lot, but like I said, it's meant to be their whole name, your whole name, or like all of your initials. T, E, Q, B, J. Your person has sex on the mind. Can I just say that? Q. Maybe your person has like a sexual addiction, and they know that if they open up to you too quickly, that's going to overtake them. R, O, G, K, F, L, L. Why does that feel weird? Nope. L, W, S, H, M, W, F, D, B, C, Z, J, X, D, K, A, N, S, W, R, Y, L, J, P. So if you want to screenshot them, in case you didn't hear them all, there's the screenshot for you. Spirit's telling me to put a couple on the bottom, and I listen to Spirit. So we have E, H, U, G, O, A, L. So, and now I'm going to get symbols or charms, sorry, charms. So I will explain the downloads that I'm getting about the charms. They could be special signs or symbols for you that you've asked for, or if I don't say anything or you feel called to, look up what they mean spiritually. So I need to stir them. All right, now I'm going to close my eyes. That's a lot. You have a lot. So we have the turtle. So this person could be moving very slow to open up. We have the whale. The whale music could be symbolic. We have black cat energy. So maybe you're in black cat energy. I love it. Oh, look, we have the little white cat. And we have the blue cat, blue for communication. I think it's interesting how we have black and white here. So I was talking about black and white thinking. It's not as simple as that black and white thinking. If they wanted to, they would. Anyway, think about a cat. You know your cat loves you, but sometimes, no matter how much you want them to come to you and give you love, they're in that energy where they're like, no, I don't need your love. Maybe you have a child together. We have the star. I almost said starship. I don't know why I said starship. Oh my God, what is wrong with me? What's wrong with my brain? Starfish. Why couldn't I think of what that was? The starfish came out in every pile. Another synchronicity about problems with communication. Like, I know that's a starfish, but did you hear me? I was like, what is that? We have music symbol. So music could be very symbolic. I would suggest looking up the songs I mentioned. We have the key. You're the only person that holds a key to their heart. It's also Hierophant energy to me. We have the red heart. Very fitting because I do feel like this person needs to open up to you. And look, we have this separation. So for some of you, you're in separation. Or for some of you, this person like is not ready to open up emotionally. We have the ship's wheel, which is like Wheel of Fortune energy. I'm also seeing the image of like someone just letting go of the wheel, like trusting in the situation kind of thing. We have two dolphins, which is happiness and harmony. We have this poison. So maybe this person has toxic traits and they're worried that if they open up too soon, they'll be triggered and like be toxic with you. They could have addictions. We also have the skull, so death and rebirth energy. There could be musicians here because we have 2 guitars. So music is symbolic, or guitars are symbolic in some way. Maybe you have a memory with them, like if they play music or a guitar, maybe they played guitar for you. We have Saturn, which my planetary people, I have a friend who would know exactly what that means. But she's not here. Let me just look. I was just seeing. Why is there no Saturn? Oh, there it is on the very bottom of the deck. Saturn. So Saturn is structure, responsibility, Saturday, Capricorn, restriction, obstacles. Yes. Trials, hard work, self-discipline, integrity, patience. So very fitting for this reading. We have a feather. So maybe you're finding feathers. Take that as it resonates. We have a rose. Beauty and the Beast could be symbolic. We have a heart. That looks like a musical heart to me. Your person could be going through health problems. I just randomly got, I wasn't standing up for this entire reading, but I just got a message from not my planetary friend, but from another friend. I'm the lion. I'm like you. I'm like a lion. So I only have 2 close friends. One of them's not even that close, if I'm being honest. I kind of outgrew that connection a little. But that friend that was my friend before I awakened, she just messaged me that someone she knows just found out they have a very serious health condition. So that could be symbolic. I just noticed that message pop up. We have another turtle. So slow and steady wins the race. We have the star, wish fulfillment, and we have the 2 swans. So you could resonate as this being your soulmate or your twin flame. Here's a closer look if you need it. And that is your reading pile 3. These were intense readings. They're in-depth, they're intense, but I enjoyed every second of them. So I am going to, it's 411, if that's symbolic to anyone. That is one of my kids. That's their angel number. So maybe look up angel number 411 or November 11th. No. November 4th, well, maybe November 11th. November 4th could be symbolic, or April 11th. We also have 8/15 here, so August 15th could be symbolic in some way. Take that as it resonates. So I'm going to leave it here, my friends. I'm sending you, that was a lot of channeling. I'm sending you lots of love and light, and I will be back to see you soon. And I'm sending your person love and light also. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.